Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Division 2 stream. It has been a bit since the last one because I didn't really have a lot of time for it last week, but I am amazed to be back here with another stream. They are a lot of fun, so I really do enjoy them. Hello Curve, nice to have you here. So today, I'm probably going to repeat that a few times until some people join. But today, I do want to try some stuff that for those of you who are in my Discord, also announced there that I do want to try some of the new stuff that I mentioned in an earlier post of doing some more engagement with you guys, the actual viewers. So things that we could do are what I just called backseat gaming, so people can just join in the Discord with me and if you're a good one, you can be more critical and be like, oh, also, why don't you do that? It's kind of a little bit like coaching, but no real plan. And just questioning things and be like, why are you doing this better? So just having a little bit debate, or if you're a new player, you can also just join in and be like, okay, well, why do you do this? What is the reason? Just to help you get an understanding. So these are things we can do. I can play games against you. We can also play a game and chat in the Discord at the same time. For example, about some ideas of things you could do in that situation, things like that. All these kind of stuff. Also, if none of these things are happening, I'm just going to play the queue. So if someone's interesting, let me know. And then at some point later on, maybe like halfway through, something like that, I do plan on having a little chat with you guys about all the new stuff that we got in the patch and the balancing and these kind of things and see what you think. I'm going to share my opinion. Maybe some people will join. I asked, I made a post earlier about this because I planned to do that a week ago or something like that. Someone reached out to me and was like, yeah, he would join in that. So maybe someone joins in the Discord for that, and then we have a little discussion. One or two more good players can also join. The reason why I limit this to more experienced players because they have a bit more of a feeling of how to put these things in perspective. So this is the reason why I specifically limited to those players. That's not because I don't like newer players, but because I think their perspective is very different from the perspective of a more experienced player. Even an experienced but not like top player, I think has a very different perspective already. It's also very welcome. So, I have, by the way, finally managed to play all the new divisions. I have really not played some of them for quite a while. I think, what was it, Thursday? I played CAC for the first time, and then yesterday or the day before is actually my first time playing 242nd. But I gotta say, I love them. Really fun divisions. All right. So, before anyone, or as long as no one reaches out with any things that they want to do, I think I'm just gonna do the good old classic. Let's open up a division and see what we want to play. Let's look at the battle group list and pick a division to play, and by then more people have joined, and we can look at what we want to do. Now, actually, what I do still want to try out is some of the divisions that got, significantly impacted by some of the changes. So there's like any MP44 divisions, mostly Axis divisions, to be honest. Divisions that got otherwise slightly reworked. One specifically that I do want to take a look at some point in the very near future is Großdeutschland, because I actually really like that, or at least I used to really like that division. Kind of changed a little bit. Never mind the build, it's an old one I don't really play balanced in queue that much anymore. Maybe send stream if you want to check out MP44 Stück and Marder buff. True, that's actually a good idea. But yeah, so this one that I definitely have in mind. However, the problem is the Sturmpire still didn't get the buff that it should have. So I think I'm gonna save that for when that actually happens, because that is part of the significance of these changes. We can try 7 Room. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the division, but give it a try. And there we have it. Okay, this needs some readjustments, probably. Hello, Solarfine. Welcome to the stream. Okay. This is a mess. I think it is one of those times where it's just going to go with a fresh start, and it's sometimes just easier. This needs an overhaul as well. This looks okay, although we could certainly do that. And I like these at single vet for more aggressive builds. This looks okay to me, although we might want to go back to that. This is, we might want to change as well. This, I like recon plates, but maybe not. All right. So yeah. You want advice? I played a lot of 78 Pro Spec. Sure. Shoot, go ahead. Give it a shot. Let me know what you think is must take or is okay. I think it's for availability. These are definitely a must take now, would be my guess. Kurt might correct me. But that would be what I was thinking. And yeah, the A phase locked, so we take them in A phase. Yes, Frenchford, what is the question with the MP44 buff? We need one card of Schützen. I think that's not debatable. Probably one of the ones of Shrimp Pies as well, especially now that they got the good avail. However, the double vet avail didn't really change. So if you want to go double vet, not much has changed, but we could get more. I think that's in B phase, I think is where it's, yeah, get one more. But not sure yet, to be honest. It's kind of at this point it seems to be kind of worth it taking a single vet to me, since you actually get a good amount of CQC then. Daybreak Light PMB is okay. Curb says Daybreak Light Pio 2 cards of Schützen. Yeah, 2 cards of Schützen in A, and the Sturmschützen double vet Big Light Gren, single vet Sturmpire Schützen in B, and Sturmschützen in C phase. Okay, to be honest, this in Sturmschützen in C phase is not really something that I would consider, but all right. So let's start. The other ones I can definitely see. So you take a Sturmschützen. No, that's not worth it. At double that. Because you lose like half of it. Okay. Double Riken, single vet. 2 cards of Schützen. Yeah, this is definitely needed. Then B phase Schützen, of course. He also suggests the Big Light Run at double vet and the single vet Sturmpire. Okay, we're gonna do that. Where is there we have it. Oh yeah, that availability is still pretty decent. And then you say plus leader in A map. Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say actually, I missed the leader in that description. Hold on, can we? I don't think we can bring any in special transport in this division, from what I remember. But I really don't play this division much. I'd just go for the cheapest then. I also like this one particularly because it can defend itself if needed. But honestly, I am not a huge fan of taking this in C phase. I get the concept of just being purely defensive, but I like my range. I don't like the Sturmschützen in C phase. I really don't. Those was a B phase, used to be just 7, now 8. Yes, exactly. Often double vet Sturmpires in A and single in B phase. Well, now for me it's less worth double vetting it in A phase, to be honest, since you actually get 6 now single vet. But the double vet is still very nice, so this is a tough call for me. Curb says, I also think the Recon 26 T26 is a trap, depending on well, I kinda agree and kinda disagree. For me, it's more like you have options to deal with light armor. I know you have the Panzerbüchse. I'm aware of that. but you have something mobile as well, which is why I like it. For a quick play deck. For a tournament, of course, it's a different thing. For tournaments, I would not necessarily take it, but I like having it there to deal with some light armor. That's my take on that. Do the big light have, by the way, Bavarians? Oh no, they don't have an AT rifle, so that's not that useful. Hello, Stahlbrecher. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I'm gonna finish building that. I'm gonna play that no matter what, but then we can talk about what you guys want to do. So again, I want to try out some more interactive stuff. Okay, this looks okay for me. Leadership, I could be argued into that, maybe not. I think it is worth considering single vetting the Stück since we don't have that many, but we have a ton of Martyrs to kind of make up for that, so maybe it's okay. Okay, so we need this. I think this is not a question. The question is, do we single vet it? I kind of like to have 9 of them to spam around, I'm not going to lie to you. It makes it basically not miss, though. I mean, 15% chance, okay. But, like, it's hard to... Yeah, good. That's a good point, Curb. Single vet if you take 2 cards of Shrek. Because I liked having 2 cards of Shrek in this division, actually. And maybe do that. And then we take 1 in A phase. Still, I like having 2 in A phase, actually. I know that some people will give me a lot of shit for that. But it gives you options for, since we don't, we don't have a ton of fast AT tools of this, but it gives you options to use 1 card aggressively and still have 1 to react to things if needed. But of course, if light armor in channel is something you're worried about, this is probably the better way of doing it. We're gonna do it like that for now. And then, is the different available for? Oh no, we only have this mod. Never mind. 1 in A, 1 in B, double vet. Really nice performance there. Notice with a successive shot bonus gives you 100% accuracy very quickly anyway. Yeah, but you have to remember you need quite a few hits with this thing. And while it is, relatively stealthy, it will eventually reveal itself. So I'd rather have it shoot as fast as possible and as accurately as possible before it gets spotted and killed. It doesn't exactly have a lot of health, so that's my reasoning there. But maybe, maybe I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I need 3 more of them. Then it's that's a different thing. But you should never ignore the accuracy there. Like that makes a difference in my opinion. Okay. We definitely need a pack 40 and we definitely need a NASA. Now, I'm gonna be honest here. I don't build this deck as a 2k deck. I think it's a bit of a trap to do it like that. And I know a lot of you are gonna be agreeing very hard on that. Curve says I take 1 NASA in A and 2 in B for Cooper, but I could take only 1 in B. Yeah, I personally, and again, you are free to disagree. I personally don't see this division, at least for quick play, as a 2k division. I see there's a infantry division with very powerful infantry for the mid-range. With the Martyrs and Stücks, you have some decent armor nowadays. You have some good things to support your infantry. I really don't see it much as a 2k division for quick play specifically. That's how I look at it. Also needs to be said, that's how I build it, right? You can build it differently, and then it is a 2k division for quick play. I just don't like building a division specifically for 2k for quick play, because most maps it's not that useful on. So to start, do we single vet the Nason or not? Probably not. Well, okay, Curb disagrees, I see it. You have the best 2k tank in the game, why not use it at 2k? Well, I'm not saying that you shouldn't use it at 2k. I'm saying that this division, in my opinion, is not a good 2k heavy division. And I'm not sure if it's the best 2k tank. I can see your point. But the problem with this division, in my opinion, for the 2k is you know, there's plenty of divisions that can still work against it, and there's hardly any maps, maybe outside of Slutsk West, that are purely 2K. Now, your division still has the tools for these other areas, right? But in my opinion, it's a trap to be, for quick play specifically, to be like, okay, this is my 2K fighting division, because you have a bit of a mismatch of some of your tools then for the 2K and the other areas. I build it rather for the mid ranges and see it as an infantry heavy division than as a 2K division. Again, I'm not saying that you can't build it for that. I absolutely get why you would want to build this for that. I just, for the quick play, I don't like it personally. And this is one of the division that gives you the flexibility of building it in multiple ways. So I personally like the other way more than than the 2K way. It's just that preference for me personally. I think we can take it in Novat. 2 is a bit. It's not great. Still gives us the amount of 2K that we might want. Pack 40, A or B phase. An A phase to get some small AT fast out there. I think it's very important. And then we have to change this around a little bit. So Nebelwerfer B phase, no question. I actually take it with this thing because you get more ammo, and these things eat through ammo super quickly. We might be able to fit more AT in here if we don't overdo it over here. Would be nice, because the time is really good. And the way we could do that is, I kind of like mortars in A phase. A single Nebel in A phase can also be useful, but it can also be useless at times. So that's the downside to that. I think we're just going to go with the mortars. Usually works well for me. Oh, that means we have horses back available to us, which we can use for, I think, I don't know. We only got 6 if I remember correctly. There was something that I wanted to take in horses but couldn't. Was this one? Yep. It's actually way better this way. We get the fast AT out there. And we can still take something which more recon is not really. Oh, actually, we should maybe. That gives us more recon anyway. Maybe still want to have some more recon on top of that, in which case we could take those. Although it's not really necessary because the radios, and I might as well just take something over. Oh no, it's getting more expensive. That's why I did that. Oh, we can take this in A phase for flexibility. We can take the off map, but we can kind of use this as an off map substitute somehow. Doesn't really fully replace real off map though. So should we take the off map? It's an expensive one though. Probably a good one, but no. I go with this one. It's not that bad actually. A phase Nebelwerfer can be useful, and then that means you can either fit another pack 40 or another one in. I mean, if we can fit it in, we can just take another NAS one. Alternatively, more MG42s are never a bad thing. A B-phase MG42 is really good. But I think this works probably. I like recon. That would also have been an option. I kind of want to have a fighter still. If I don't have fighter bombers, I have really started liking fighters again. Which sometimes are very useful. Despite us having a good AA tab. This should be okay for Maverick, I think. These would be nice additional options too, but nah, I like it as it is. I think we can go with that. So now, before we start playing with this though, now that more people have joined, so just as you might have guessed from the title, or if you haven't been in my Discord, you already know anyway, I do want to try some more interactive stuff with you guys. So that's kind of the goal of today's stream. Other than, of course, you know, having a little chat about the Koenig is looking for someone to play. Let me get back to you in a second, okay? I just want to finish that. Other than talking about the patch and the new divisions, since it's been what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that, that allows us to actually, you know, take a look at it and see how it was worked out so far. Some impressions so far. This I want to do. But yeah, the goal for today is just to do some more stuff with you guys. So there are some options for that. Options, things that we could do. First of all is, I forgot to say that when the stream started, but we can, if some of you are new players and you have some divisions you struggle with building, we can do that together. I will play, of course, as well. So one thing that we can do is if one of you wants to, as I described in the Discord, just basically do some backseat gaming, you can do that by, just let me know. You need to be in the Discord though, then you can hop in there. Then you can hop in there and I move you into the channel where I am. Then so you can criticize my gameplay as much as you want, provide helpful tips, or if you're more of a new player, you can also just ask questions, because I know that I'm not always explaining super well what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. So if that helps you too, getting a bit more of an understanding, this is also an option. So these are the things we can do. I can also play games with you, as Koenig asks. So I can play a game against Koenig. We can also play games against each other while talking in Discord. All these are things that are there if anyone's interested. So just let me know in the chat. But yeah, Koenig asked to play. So Koenig, we can play a game if you want to. No, I just built a 78 Storm deck, and I guess I want to try that out now. So you can pick any map, any division that you want to do, but this will be my pick. It's probably seen the deck anyway, but I don't care. It's awfully quiet in here. Is Koenig still here? Are you here, Koenig? Well, I will have to ping him. I think, yeah, he was using the LFG a while ago. Oh, now I get what Lizak says. Rejection by Koenig feels bad. Yeah, he responded to him and he didn't do anything. Oh, will you have to play against Koenig, Lizak? Is that it? That's the reason why. Because I know Koenig takes it very seriously. He's not going to play against any potential opponents of his in League. Also, by the way, for those of you who have not following it that closely, we should get the updates from League today with the with the playoff starting. So probably tomorrow evening, because it will be happening very late in the evening today. I will make a little video just as another little announcement and recap of things, and giving my guesses on how I think things will work out. Probably they are not true at all, and don't be offended if I overestimate you. So hope that is okay. This says I have to play versus him if he wins his game in playoff. Oh, okay. Who does Koenig have to do his? Wait, hold on. Which place did you get now, Lisek? Since I have to play if you win this game in playoffs. Did you already play your play? I am confused. But anyway, so since Koenig is not here, I guess I'm just gonna hop into the queue unless some of you. I get force of. Okay. Because no offense, that's surprised to be a little bit based on how you talked about your chances. I was like, wait, what? But now it makes it makes sense now. Makes sense. So cleared for the semifinals. It's really good actually. Very nice. Sure, Bips, let's go. I still need to reply to you, I'm sorry. But yeah, when you play your next league game, I don't know. I need to wait till the playoffs officially start. I've played all of my games so far. For the group phase, I don't have to do any tiebreakers, I don't think. I need to double check. No, I shouldn't have to do any. Because even if Upaka gets the same amount of points as I get, I won against him, so I don't think, so there should not be any tiebreaks, I don't think. Hi Roy, how's it going for you? Heard you're gonna stream later today as well. So yeah, Bips, you can pick any division and any map. I'm just gonna play 78th with my quick play build that I just made. But yeah, I picked a map. Okay. Guys, what should we play? I'll leave it public and then you can just join. It's gonna be Axis versus Axis, right? Yep. Where is my 78? It's actually gonna be higher up. That's an old build probably, and then I still need to select a map. Just join in when ready. There we go. What map do you want to play, guys? A map that Munte has a chance on, so we're not gonna pick Slit's Quest or something like that. That's a trash map anyway. You should go Bober so it's balanced for 4 Munte since you win easy. Yeah, no, it's definitely gonna be a balanced map, but we can do Bober. I've not played Bober in quite a while. Let's do that then. Alright, just join when you're ready, Bips. And let's go. So what's everyone's opinion on the SSG44 so far? It says, had a big Sunday meal with family. I need to. It says so most likely way later today. Okay. Well, no hurry, Bips. That's all right. That means I can also watch because my stream will probably not go until way later today. Not planning on this being a super short one, but of course I'm not going to do like a 6-hour stream or something like that. It's a little bit long still, as much as I like it. But it gets tiring at some point. I'm still amazed by how long you streams sometimes are, Roy. That's absolutely nuts to me. Well, I asked you, Koenig. I guess you were outside of the stream then. But I asked if you're still around and wanted to play, and I got no answer, so Bibbs offered. Sorry, Koenig. Just ready up when you're ready, Bibbs. No hurry though. But if you're around later on, you can still we can still play a game. I don't mind that at all. If you want, I can ping you in the LFG. Or if you're in the stream anyway, then yeah. Once we're ready with this game, we can do another one. It's no problem. Oh, there he is, ready. Balance, interesting choice for Munte. It's gonna be a tough one. To be honest, I have been beaten around by Munte. So I'm also a little bit afraid of Munte. Not gonna lie. Hello, Ramai. Right, thanks, Bibs, for leaving the stream. All right, so what are we gonna do here? So he has some light armor in A phase. I'm mostly concerned about those cheap garbage tanks. I think Munte also has some 20 mil recon cars, but the half track ones, so they're not as fast. Still something to keep in mind. I'm just thinking about if I need these guys right away. Can definitely see a reason, but he also has the little tank busters, but those I'm less afraid of at the moment. Not that they can't be an issue, but not as afraid of those. Obviously I can't air spam in A phase. which I would love to, since this is when the EA sucks. But there's that. We're gonna get snipers everywhere. That's gonna be the annoying part. So this is the classical hill for me to push on red side. I also like to make a push across here, which sometimes work, but without light armor, I'm not so sure if that's a smart idea, because you can put like any sniper like in here. Oh, actually no, you just unload it here, and you can't get in there. But yeah, I think we're gonna do the classical push there, because this is why we have these guys, right? This is the hunting grounds for these kind of units. MP44s for the win. Would you make a video on the FOB tourney to know the midterm results? Yes, I plan on doing that once Koenig also is done making the brackets for the playoffs. So once this is official, I will make a video, because otherwise I have to make a really short one for, oh, this is the result, and then another one for, oh, this is, by the way, how it's going to continue now. So I'm just going to do both in one. I'm less concerned about the time it takes for me to make the video, but then I have to do two short videos that probably no one cares. And if I can combine both in one, that's probably something that people care a little bit more about. that's the reasoning there. I'm not taking this whole thing. I don't know if that I mean like optimizing YouTube content that seriously, since I'm obviously not gonna like do a content creator career or anything like that. But I still want to optimize things a little bit. At least it's gonna get watched, right? If I make 2 short videos that no one really cares about, that's feels like a waste of time. It's not really something that I like to do. We can put this on this position right here. This is super annoying. I didn't know that for quite a while, but you have some nasty line of sights in here. By now I'm used to this, but initially, like, I struggled with this for so long, and they can be really annoying. We need this in case there's any of these light armored units in the A phase rushing in here. But I think that should do the trick. We could consider taking mortar, but honestly, I would probably just bring one of these and do a little pinning. Actually, that's maybe not the worst idea. Let's deploy the rest first and then come back to a little early Nebel, because this thing's super good to just like pick an area like this, send in a Nebel, pin everything, and then move in. It's like a little off map, but you need to be relatively close, because otherwise the spread is so big that it not only doesn't kill, it also doesn't really pin, and that just sucks. We can snipe transport with this still, I guess. For 10 points, not too bad. So we're gonna put it like right here. And this is the spot. This right here. So that's good. We also should get a recon out, so we're gonna get a recon on the hill over there. Somewhere there will be double snipers, and this is what worries me a little bit. Also, something that I still want to try. How good is this church here, actually? Still a church, so it should be reasonable. I don't know. Then we can maybe move this over here. That would be a nice position. Just get a little bit more vision, you know. Can also move this like over. Move this back over here, I guess. The transport is why we have them. Over here we should get a recon as well. Just never know where to put it. And we definitely should put something here to make it harder for him to push. We also want to outrange his snipers. That's an important part here too. So I guess a machine gun in here will probably do a trick. Then we can also take an IG-18. Shouldn't really be much you can do about that. This is always tough actually from a church, because I think the lens projects from the ground level instead of tower. Yes, this is true. Someone actually explained it to me recently. The church tower thing, it was always obvious because of how much you should not be able to see and how much you actually see. So that much is obvious, but someone, I already forgot half of it, but someone explained to me recently how exactly the line of sight tool works. It's also important to know that it doesn't actually gives you the line of sight for like the exact point you're at, but it's like there's some areas that give you line of sights for which the line of sight tool is kind of calculate, and then you just get a rough estimate. So it's not incredibly precise. That's another thing, but yeah, Judge Stars are a bit wonky with that. I really wish they would make the line of sight tool better. Also, sometimes you can see when you're on a hill and down off the hill. Here it's not the case, but there's some examples where line of sight is very different, and it should not be. I mean, it makes sense that from on top of the hill you can see certain areas that maybe you cannot from, like, if you're on the other side, somewhere downside of the hill. But sometimes you cannot spot some areas on the hill with according to the line of sight tool, whereas on the hill you were like spotting that area. So it's a bit wonky at times. The question is, do we want to contest that? We can try just send in a flamer. I think Munta has flamers too, though. We can like load the Schützen over here. Okay, I think we're gonna do the push here, but for that we're gonna need this. We don't have a ton of light armor and not a massive speed advantage, so I'm gonna bring it like somewhere over here, and then we start unloading that in there. Well, it's still slow, so we can go to the back. And then we send in flamers. So these are going to be the two pushes. Try to get a hold in here, because in the town we can actually fight. We're going to get in here. This is also a good place to find over for us. The most important thing, in my opinion, is always to make sure that you can cross. And once you manage to do that, things get easier. Can we maybe? No, probably can't. Oh, where did he go? I'll just hide in here. It's going to be fine. Then we are going to bring a Sturmschützen and a Schützen. It's actually not the best position for. It looks acceptable. We can make this better as we go. And I do want to protect. If I bring a Nebula early on, we need to protect that. We can't just not bring AA. If we have that one, this is a must. It's gonna get bombed, 100%. I don't think we really need more over here. If he really makes a big push near, we can still decide to push back through there later on. But he has more CQC than I do at the end of the day. He especially has grenade throws, which these guys are not really good against. And my grenade throw is more expensive. So this is something that I would, if I have to really fight over this to, clear this out so that I can support a pushback into this one, this is something I will do later with an Appleworth. It's not something I want to do right away. I should also put something in here. I forgot that, just so that he can't easily. Okay, do we have a flamer left? We don't need to here. Just so that he can't park something up here. Shouldn't be anyway, but I don't want him to grab that early on. Okay, so we have no flamers. One flame over here. Flame over here. No, okay, we can maybe let go of one. There's one thing that I also like to do. I like to use the flamer for cheeky little grabs in case it works. So this is one of these things where you sacrifice 50 points and maybe 15 points and maybe you get something out of it. Those kind of things, I really like them. And then we should bring this thing out in case he comes with the little light French tanks, which worries me a little bit. So I'll also have to do that over here then later on. We can support the. Is this really a good position? Probably not. Do we need them MG for 42? Yeah, I like it here because it actually covers off some ground. Gives him a bit of options, or at least makes a counter push harder if he decides to push in there. I'm not really sure what to do with the last 20 points, honestly. Not sure how he builds the a leader, actually. No, 18. 18. I'm not sure how he builds his deck, but I like to spam out the cheap armor that you have available. So maybe the Panzerschreck is needed. Ready. Good luck. Have fun. Let's go. But yeah, I hope that this thing will be able to do early pinning, and then we can move accordingly afterwards. Most important thing is really get across, get a hold on whatever you have. Or also, I forgot, we might not even need to clear this out to be able to re-grab this flag. If we get this, we should be able to cover it from here, and then we can move from the hill and from here, or if needed through there, and clear this out that way. We can't really reinforce it at that point, because we can just cover it off from here and here. So, I want to avoid that forest at all costs, if possible. Because again, it's just, I'm not having the, I'm not going to have the advantage here. It's actually a nice position to move into. Oh, that's going to be a sniper. Didn't realize it was that much faster there. Alright. Oh, he has a TNT. Yep. Reinforce that. Let's chill here for a second then. Push coming. Alright, let's erase that. Time to get a mortar. And I guess, no, not a tank without any coverage. Get Sturmschützen in here, 2 of them should do the trick. It is the one I have the machine gun. That can at least cover this off for the time being. But now I can't profit off that. Oh, it's just a recon plane. Does that have bombs? No, it does not. It's gonna go for a scraping around that, pretty sure. Yep, he does. Alright. I kill that first, please. Actually, this gives us cover. And let's get early AA out. Oh, no, not what I wanted. Move over here. Not gonna get close here. Actually, let's just push you in here. Good, got that stabilized. Something's over here. Obviously. Can finish that off, that would be good. Now we can bring in a tank for support. Now we can bring these guys in for support too. Yeah, see, this is what I was afraid of. This is annoying. We can just, okay, let's do a massive push over here so we can just hit all of that at once with the Nebula afterwards once it's reloaded. Ooh, this is annoying. I forgot that we have this. We just put down the. Yeah, this may not have been a good idea. This is why I'm afraid of Monte. Snipers everywhere. It doesn't actually use them, but like just the leader having one is already super annoying. And a ton of infantry that is raider and is cheap. Relatively, at least, to what I have. Making a good shot with the infantry. It's like doing a good job with the infantry too. Good idea from him to have that. I mean, Bips is a good player, so have all the reason to worry. Ah, damn it. Not really where I wanted to go. We should get something in here. Just in case he has a sniper that is trying to move through there as well. It's possible that he has something there already. We just need to be a little bit careful. Alright, Stuggy Boogie. Doing the work. And then we, I guess, try to move through there, and I'm wasting all my infantry instead of buying something else. Okay, let's hit him before he kills all my mortars, my stuff with mortars. Alright. We're getting there. We are getting there. Oh, no. Where is that mortar coming from?
Panzervernichtungstrupp bereit. Erkannten Feind niederkämpfen. Feuer und Bewegung.
Alright, let's get another mortar in here.
Zur Stelle, Hauptmann. Auf mein Kommando. Feuer aus allen Rohren. Zu Befehl, Kommandant. Stehen bereit. Ah, es hat mich erwischt. Los, formiert euch. Mir nach.
Oh, that thing is over here.
Panzerabwehrtrupp kampfbereit. Ah, es hat mich erwischt. Guter Schuss. Was sollen wir tun?
What I'm hearing is that I might be able to push down over there and pick that up. Is that it? Right, let's get more of these guys. Okay, no, I can't get through there.
Ich befolge nur Befehle.
Can they pen that? Yeah, they can. Let's take some of these guys and move them over there. And I guess we're gonna have to call in some Schützen over here now. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't go there. Don't do that. Let's get this in here. Actually, we can also move up with this. Can't really... Yeah, this is what I was most afraid of, honestly. These things are so annoying. Move. No, no, no. Actually, it's a bad idea because he can pen it. Yeah, I just realized. Okay, we get the good bomber now, though. So, boom? Question mark? Oh. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I was a little bit too close, and I didn't really think of that. That's on me. Well, what died here? Is that transport? No, it's a light tank. So I'm just moving this away, because this is falling back now anyway. Oh, no, no AA. Good, love that. That means I'm gonna bomb everything there is. Everything that I can find. And then we push through there. But yeah, because this is retreating anyway, and the Nebel is the one thing that cannot run on its own. The ammo is, sorry, what could kill the Nebel here while exploding, and it's not running on its own, so this is what I move. The other one I just retreat. It's better than, it's way better than loading it up and having another go. Not really the most ideal way of doing it. Good that I have this. You shall not pass. And then I'm gonna get some Sturmpires there because obvious reasons. Actually, I'm not needing this anymore. Over here, you can go in there. Move and surrender these guys. Let's kill that off. Hopefully. Shift him over here to do some support. And, yeah. Bibbs is just way too good with that division. Jeez. And I'm really bad. I'm playing this really badly at the moment. Oh boy. This is a rough one. We can actually maybe do that for a little bit of support. That would not be the worst idea. And then this a bit further forward as well.
Landsat zur Stelle. Feuer und Bewegung.
We need to get this into range as well. Oh, actually, we need to be careful with the stick there.
Hauptmann. Unten bleiben. Geschütz bereit, Herr Kommandant.
Where is that mortar coming from?
Feind direkt vor eigener Stellung. Hat jemand ein Taxi bestellt? Marionette auflassen. Ah, es hat mich erwischt. Wir begeben uns zur Koordinate. Bereit für den Transport. Feuer und Bewegung. Ah, es hat mich erwischt. Wie laut
Ah, I forgot this thing is no HE. We can just move in.
Sturmpioniere, sammeln.
Let's kill off that mortar.
Landsat zur Stelle. Guter Schuss. Wir haben keine Munition mehr.
See, is there something in here? Looks like there is.
Zieh den Arsch an Hans. Überprüft Waffen und Munition. Der ist hinüber.
When did they go there?
Es geht los. Stehen bereit. Feind direkt vor eigener Stellung. Ziel vernichtet.
Didn't realize that I put them. Oh, they maybe we're on the run.
Zieh den Arsch an Hans.
But yeah, not looking very good here. Not looking very good.
Stehen bereit.
Just getting overwhelmed area by the infanteristi. It's so annoying.
Bereit, Herr Hauptmann.
Right.
Guter Schuss.
Need to move that further up. It's gonna get bombed now.
Lage in
Actually, I'm gonna do that, I think.
Wachsam bleiben. Landsat zur Stelle. Wir müssen hier raus. Feind direkt vor eigener Stellung. Sanitäter! Jawohl, Kommandant. Der geht in Flammen auf.
Wow, okay. I didn't know this thing. I knew it had 220 mils, but I didn't know there was that
Ruhe. Herhören.
dangerous. Jeez.
Wir haben Ausfälle in unseren Reihen. Ohne Tritt. Marsch.
Right. Finally got that hill cleared out though.
Landsat zur Stelle.
But yeah, the Glycerans really do feel nice. I have to agree on that one.
Achtung, Feind im Nahbereich. Ja, bitte. Sanitäter! 25 Grad nach oben. Feuer! Bereit, Herr Hauptmann. Marschformation. An dieser Position müssen wir raus. Stehen bereit. Landsat zur Stelle.
I might be able to... probably not.
Feuer und Bewegung. Geben Sie mir nur ein Ziel.
Having enough of that.
Zurück zum
Clear
Fliegerort.
it out like that.
Sanitäter! Stehen bereit.
This is why we get lots of these. These guys are the real MVP here. Look at them go.
Herhören. Der ist hinüber. Wir wurden aufgeklärt.
They should lose that now.
Wir brauchen Munition. Überprüft Waffen und Munition. Zieh den Arsch an Hans. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle? Geben Sie mir nur ein Ziel.
We might actually be able to do that and get this back. At least for a moment.
Bereit, Panzer zu knacken. Vorsichtig, Männer. Der Feind ist in der Nähe. Kampfbereit.
Wait, how is that thing still alive there? Did you have that as a like backup unit?
Landsat.
Ready to go or what?
Zieh den Arsch an Hans.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm losing stuff here, left and right. Not really good. Need to clear out that flag somehow. I was thinking of just bombing that, and I was like, nah, it's not worth it. But the longer longer this goes on, the more I think it would have been a good call.
Achtung, Feind im Nahbereich. Vorsichtig, Männer, der Feind ist in der Nähe.
I think with my tanks, we should be able to make a push now.
Stehen bereit. Der ist hinüber.
Oh, this thing here is not... Oh, that's destroyed.
Es hat Unteroffizier Beine erwischt. Zum Schützenrodel aufgehen, mir nach. Ofenrohr bereit. Wahrer Gefechtsgeschwindigkeit.
Let's get Mars up here.
Bereit, Herr Kommandant. Bajonette aufpflanzen. Ruhe, herhören.
I'm gonna put you on fire at will. There we go. We should move this now. After we've talked about why you should move them wide in length. Oh, he's actually pushing in here now. That's not good. For obvious reasons.
Geschütz überprüft und einsatzbereit.
And we can actually follow up with this a little bit more closely now.
Schauen wir mal, ob wir auf Feinde stoßen. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle? Sanitäter! Panzerabwehrtrupp kampfbereit. Wir rücken so unauffällig vor wie möglich. Die Gruppe erwartet Ihre Befehle.
But this here is really like, I don't know how to deal with that. Cheap stuff everywhere, and it just overwhelms all my expensive infantry so easily. Didn't know infanterists were that good. Yeah,
Jawohl, Kommandant.
okay, I was gonna say, he should lose that now. And these guys, of course, really good. I mean,
Überprüft Waffen und Munition. Achtung, Feind im Nahbereich. Zweiter Zug einsatzbereit.
oh, he killed off my machine gun there. Damn.
Brauchen Sie Feuer.
Now we're trying to move from cover to cover.
Aufgerödelt und bereit zum Einsatz. Wir geben unser Bestes.
Is re-grab that one, please.
Ruhe, herhören. In Deckung, Explosionsgefahr. Haha, das hat gesessen.
Yeah, this is not a good one. Listex says getting an asshole and IG-33 on the left hill should have been done a long time ago. Then you can push the bridge flag. This one, you mean? Yeah, I was afraid of the Nashorn and the IG-33 up here because like this is way too close. They had so much stuff there.
Jawohl, Kommandant. Feind gesichtet. Seid auf der Hut.
I would bring my machine guns if I had more, but I don't have more. That's the issue here.
Landsat zur Stelle. Achtung, Feind im Nahbereich.
Okay. There's a lot of things I will need that I just don't have to deal with that.
Es hat Unteroffizier Beine erwischt. Infanterie bereit. Haha, das hat gesessen.
But yeah, it is what it is. You win some, you lose some. I think we can throw Chi-Chi in here. I just played this really badly. And he's obviously a good player. I mean, I know this. I've played against him before. And I have seen him in action. I was actually out trading him. Damn. Okay, didn't realize that. Didn't realize that. I just couldn't get into those positions. He just overwhelmed me so nicely. I gotta say, his opener was really good and mine was really bad. So I think that's part of what happened here. And it's like this is not something new. My openers are famously terrible usually. The amount of games that I lost just because I fucked up my opener was really insane. No, you don't bring an AA piece just to counter the aim spam. Oh my, that's not a good way of doing it. It's also way too expensive. Like that's a terrible idea. Especially since the A won't really be able to outrange it. GG's, Bibbs. GG's. Didn't actually notice that my trades were better, but I just couldn't get into those positions. It was really annoying you overwhelming me with that infantry spam. Yeah, they're really good opener too, by the way. I was completely caught off guard with that one. Because I actually left that area where he pushed so heavily completely undefended, because usually you don't push there because there's no point usually. And then I just fucked up my push in the town. That one, I should have not bought any the Neville there. I should have just bought more stuff, especially AT, because those little tanks was super annoying. And you killed my Panzerschreck. That was one of the key things I had there. So, like, I had a Panzerschreck there to deal especially like exactly with these guys, and then he killed it. So that's really bad. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean the problem is like 78th, in my opinion, is not a division that can do well against spam, because everything that you have is expensive. You have nothing cheap. So whenever you have like 120-point infantry somewhere, I need to react with a Schützen. And that's just really terrible. The Glide help a little bit, but I kind of use them in the wrong spots. And yeah. And you don't have any light armor there anyway to help, which would not have been a good either to help, but that wouldn't have been a good call anyway against Munter because there's too much AT around. But yeah, GG's. But yeah, I gotta say, the MP44 really nice. The division in a matchup against cheap infantry is still as bad as it used to be. Like this hasn't changed. This is still completely unfun to play against anything that has cheap stuff, because everything that you bring is so expensive. Like, you get what you pay for, that's not the issue, but yeah, we could see it was so easy to overwhelm these. But I gotta say, these good, but this thing really good. Same for the Big Light Pioneer, by the way. Like, yeah, this has more MP44s, but I think overall having an M242 is still a huge force multiplier, which is why I would personally take this over the Sturmschützen, and it gives it a bit more versatility. But I actually like them now. And I mean, the fact that you bring them at double that really makes a big difference, which with this you can't reasonably do. Yeah, no, you just can't. But these thing at double that are really shred, absolutely fantastic unit now. Wouldn't want to pass on these. Really good, really good. But that has been, so from the few MP44 units that I played so far, and from the games that I've seen so far, it's pretty consistent so far. It definitely looks like the MP44s do well now. They're nothing like phenomenal, as in like they're still limited to their range. They're not, you know, something like the Valkyrie, for example, with a few of them. And nothing crazy. It's good, don't get me wrong. I like that unit. It's good. But there's nothing oppressive with that little amount of MP44s. But once you stack them up, they're really good. And I think they're in a good spot where they can, you know, it's not a CQC tool, but it can fight CQC units at times. Or low ones, or definitely on the line infantry or some hybrid units, which I think is really good. And otherwise, you have the same limitations, but it actually works really well. Like in the Yellow Force, this thing felt really good. Really cool unit there. You realize that the Sturmschützen are really good now. I had 1-1 my tanker and win the heavy force. Damn, okay. I've heard that they can do that apparently. But I mean, it's, to be honest, I don't mind that. Like, do they have tankos? Yeah. Wait, you said a tanker? That's interesting, because the Molotov together with the PPSH should do a lot of work. Well, I guess the chunkiness is the difference. This thing dies relatively easy. I wonder how they do against an AFTO, though. But anyway, it definitely feels good. But either way, 25 points, 25 points. So if the Sturmschützen can beat them now, I think that's totally balanced, honestly. And I mean, the other significant thing is, even if they were to lose, sorry, yeah, no, even if they lose against a Seekers unit, they can bring them down in health quite a bit, which is important too, right? It's not like the Pioneer that just gets thrown around by a Flamer without doing much damage and then dies, and the Flamer has basically suffered no casualties. The MP44 units can do some damage, so at least the next unit that you send in should do okay. Yeah, I do like it. I do like it. Someone else, a Curb said, I'm not sure if I reacted to that during to stream, but yeah, I agree. Big like Rens, really nice right now. Would 100% take them in any division that they have them. I think the Big like Rens also got increased availability, right? Because that makes a huge difference. That actually makes them good all of a sudden. So wouldn't complain about that one. So Koenig, if you're still around and want to play a game, we can do that. But considering I've not seen any messages, I assume he's not around anymore. Okay, let's see. What do we want to do next? I'm gonna do something else. It's kind of made me want to play Muntegam. Because I actually really like that Division 2, although my build is a bit different. But there's also other things that I do want to check out. We could play 13th again. I really like that division, actually. Some issues with the speed being set aside, which I had in the game against Curb recently. It's a cool one. I actually really like it. We could play it. We could play it. Let's go for that one. And again, if anyone is interested in the backseat gaming that we talked about earlier, feel free to do so. We can do that. Just leave a comment in the chat. But otherwise, actually, let's let's do a good old poll of things that we could be playing. Oop, that's not what I wanted. How can I? Okay, I can't set it up in OBS anymore. I can still set it up in my other normal stream overview. Grimgas says, when I was first looking at the new diffs, I thought this one would be the worst by far. Same thing here. It really isn't. Not using the good 150 RT with 13 VSAT. Did I not take it? Hold on. Let's go back. I actually want to pull what we should play. Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah, I don't know why I put... I think I took the off map over this and decided that Neville and off map would do. Probably a mistake, honestly. You want to have something that you can keep going over time. That is correct. Oh, maybe I took it out and put the Stück leader in. I think that's what happened. Because I know that I had them in there originally. But anyway, I actually wanted to make a quick poll here on what we should do. Because there are some divisions that I would consider playing. So we have 13th. I'm kind of willing to give Wessex another go. Even though I'm really bad with that division. Then something else I want to play in a while. Oh yeah. There's a high chance of us not getting a good map for it. But probably written wrongly, but that's okay. And Cross Deutschland. Another one that I wanted to. Oh, actually, no. 28th Jäger. I want to see how that one performs now. So feel free to let me know what you want to see. We can do, you know, we're not restricted to one necessarily. We can do 2 of them. So the most voted one is going to be played, and then maybe the second voted one as well. Also, I do want to check out sometimes if apparently there's some tournament games that should be played today, so I might check some every now and then. One of them is going to be played because I wouldn't mind to spontaneously cast those as well. Let's leave some options open. Sturmjäger are among the best SG in right now. Like as a pure, yeah, probably. But I personally, so far, have felt like the additional MG42 from other units feels better to me personally. But that's just me. Wow, pool 13 is being ignored. No one wants it. So I'm going to leave it up for another minute or so, and then we're going to close it. So for Wessex and 28th for winning. Someone should cast deciding vote, by the way. Fallschirmjäger appears have XRP. This is true, yes. 2 men hardly seems worth 5 points. Oh, wait, I think I missed part of the discussion here. They changed all the panniers to 20 points, but left the FS panniers at 25 points. Yeah. To be honest, I think so. Like, let's take a look at them while the vote's still going. Probably. Oh no, this is a Fallschirmjäger division. There we go. I think it would have been okay to have it at 20 points, honestly, because again, it's not that bigger. And the problem with Pioneer units is the problem with these remains. They either throw their TNT and do something, or they don't, and they're basically useless. Right? And they don't do that much damage otherwise. They have 2 MP40s. So do you get the Raider though? So I think you could make the argument that having Raider and 2 more men makes them good. Besides, I kind of feel like the Fallschirmjäger divisions don't need cheap spamble CQC. So I think it's okay that they don't have it, but I definitely get the point there. Yeah, ersatz are the ones that are really in a bad spot at the moment. I think ersatz are, yeah. The trade-off of having higher availability, but still trashy, like a bad cost to performance ratio, it really sucks. I mean, I get the point. Yeah, they get the MG42, but there's still this harm. It's not that good. I get the concept, but it's paying more for the unit just so that the card can get a higher avail is really bad, in my opinion. At least for infantry, for a unit that doesn't perform super well. That's my. They should just take. I don't know. I'd rather have them have an MG34 and be disheartened for 20 points and get the extra avail as a compensation for the disheartened. That's my take on that. I guess depends on how the community thinks the Fallschirmjäger are. At the moment, I don't know. It's not an infantry meta anymore. I think that's the problem with the Fallschirmjäger. But as soon as you go against Fallschirmjäger infantry, if you're infantry, they're still very good. So I think that's the kind of issue with Fallschirmjäger at the moment. Like, they don't perform badly necessarily. The divisions are good. Like, the units are good. It's just that in the current meta, they are. It's like a lot of the infantry divisions that are limited to certain maps, and that's just that. But I also like yeah, I like the what's it called? Festung Großparadies thing. Yeah, I like that one, but we go with the ones in the vote. It's all ones that I just feel like playing today. Ersatz lives in a world where there are 15-point TNT throws, so kind of hard for them. Yeah, kinda. Okay, so I think it's more than 1 minute has passed, but it looks like we are going to play Wessex. So there's that. And I'm going to do another poll. For those of you who want to have a saying on that, regarding what you want to do after that game, let's revisit Wessex first. Wessex, where are we? Where do we have it? Have a build of it, I think. There we go. Might change it to MAF though. Okay, so after that game, we can either do more quick play. We could do. I can just cast on stream a tournament game. It's a little bit more chill and more interactive. I like. Can also cast some of my own games if we want that. As some that are not super fast. Not super long. There are a few of those, a handful of those that I actually want to properly cast. You can also make suggestions of your own, by the way, if there's something that I've missed. Yeah, just... let's go. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. The last, I'm just gonna scrap. So I'm gonna do that game, then whatever you vote for. And just remember, guys, as I said earlier on, I'm sure some of you joined after that, but there are some things that I want to do today with you guys. If you want to, this is just an option. This is not that we have to do that. But if some of you guys want to join in on the fun and either have a deck that you struggle having built and allow us to want to talk about that, that's an option. We could we can do things like you sitting in the Discord with me while I'm playing and either roasting my gameplay or asking questions that I'm not really explaining well when I'm playing. So why I do certain things like the way I'm doing things like that. So if you have things that you want to learn from and have that's an option. That's something that we can do. We can also review one of your games and I can give some advice to it. So those are all things that we could do, right? So if you have a game that you're like, okay, what would I do? What should you do? What should you improve? This is also something we can do. We can have a look together. We can discuss. We can kind of like a cast, but we probably view it from just your perspective. Things like that. There's all options. So just write in the chat and we can have a look at it. So those are all options that are available. I think I'm going to change this to MAF. The reason is in the quick play, going balanced without good artillery is probably not the smartest way. So just that. But yeah, so those are options. Just let me know what you want. If anyone is up for that, that's something I will do. I'm ready to try today, and let me know. All right, so we can change things around here a little bit. So in C-Phase, we still want to have these guys probably. Really nice. And we want to have these guys. So I see this as a Maverick deck that can actually go long with some good units. It's kind of a shame that the good units come in C-Phase, but I just don't think that this division is for quick play well built for balance. At least not on some maps you can work on, others you can't. That's kind of how I see it. If you have more sections, maybe, because then we can just be like, okay, we're going to target everything at the front line and we don't do any counter battery, we just keep moving them, then we're good, but we only have the one card, so it's not really an option. You could take in C-Phase, I guess, but I'm not sure if that's the smartest way of doing it. Normal pay MG 34 with 5 points discount, not plus non-discount is better than Ersatz. Pay MG 42 for 5 extra points plus something. Absolutely. I mean, you buy a unit that loses more and you pay more for it, and you get more availability. So the game is kind of telling you, you know what, throw more of these into the meat grinder and waste more points. That's going to solve your problem. This is kind of how the Ersatz Pioneer feels for me at the moment. For some reason, the Humber's 50mm BESA is garbage. It is, yeah. MG levels of soft target firepower. Wessex is a very good airstone division. It is. It is. All right, let's get to the building part. So we want to have these guys in A phase because the 50 cal half track. These guys I like because they're just annoying. It's a 20-point recon unit with a machine gun. And you get a molly to be annoying on top. It's nothing phenomenal, but you get 4 for 20 points. This thing is of course good, but you only get 3. Sorry, 4 at single line. That's my point there. Infantry Shab, now this I actually like the way it is at the moment because it is, I kind of use it like the Flamer. It's fast and gets in there quickly into this thing. Oh, why is this in the Bedford? This should be in the CMP. Big mistake there. But yeah, we could actually take these guys in A phase instead of the motorized rifles. And the reason for that being, instead of the rifle speed. Reason for that being, it is kind of hybrid, at least with the 4 stands. Not great, but okay. Then we face with motorized rifles and assault engineers. We can see if we can do anything else. But this division just kind of gets screwed. Oh, hold on. Can we take them in beef? We can't. We can take these guys, which are not so good, because we can't even bring them in half track. So, well, never mind. These are the first time. Well, there's different ones. Yeah. You have no. You don't have the bat one in this division. We have bat ones in other ones. Third Canadian has one. I didn't realize they were talking about this division specifically. I just thought you were talking about that one specifically. But yeah, no. These are like so there's 2 things. Oh, actually no, we can't fit it in now. So one thing that I'm still unsure about, we could take this in A phase. Then we don't necessarily need the Firefly. Then we can put the Honey Stewards in there, which are really cool. And then we can reduce on those. It's also an expensive slot. So now we actually have more slots available. That's really good. High Panzerloli, which means we can get recon. I actually love. Especially worth it if you bring tank busters. We can also take one of those in A phase then. Here we go full in on the ass spam. This thing, I think it's a new Spitfire. No, this one's a new Spitfire. Really fast, really good. But these are still super fast despite being fighter bombers. So I don't think we need an extra fighter. We could also take a Mitchell instead. Some high flying bombers can be useful sometimes. It's supposed to be Maverick. I just haven't changed it yet. No, 72 is okay. It really depends on the division, how you build it. If you want to play it as a pure infantry division, which this isn't, 72 is not enough. But you can absolutely play a balanced game with 72 infantry. That's not an issue. My 20th Panzer build has that as well. That has worked perfectly fine. If you just buy infantry for everything, then it's maybe not so useful. But otherwise, it's completely fine. Recon tab, anything we want. Ammo, probably. But then we need to take out other things again. Screw that. We don't need recon. It's a bad idea now, but we get some more of these in B phase. Bedford, I guess. That should do the trick. I would reckon anything good I can get in here, the ABCR version, but it's okay. We don't necessarily need this. 8 times good as this. Looks decent enough to me. There's always room for improvement. Snipers are useful. Maybe not Ramai. However, you need to look at it like this. Now it's 22. And these are 20 points. So these are going to be everywhere. It is not like when you build these decks, for me, my view on this, okay. Some people do it differently. I know. My view on this topic is I don't build a tab with the intention of bringing every unit always. But I do want to have the option to take the units to call in all the units that I need for a specific game. So in some games, I might bring out all of the honey students and I actually wish I had more. In some games, I am using all the Shermans. In some games, I really need that Firefly. Actually, why I was not so sure if I should remove the one in A phase to make room for the honey stewards. But this is you know, if you build a deck for quick play, in my opinion, it should be versatile. It should give you all the options for everything. Curb had to go for a second. What's going on now? We are going to play 33rd Wessex, and after that, we're going to do whatever the poll tells me, which at the moment is just more quick players. This seems to be the most popular one. And after that, I am going to go for... no. We're going to have a nice little chat about all the new stuff. I still want to do that at some point. No, they don't have CMP, unfortunately. I wish they would. Almost as an all-rounder deck. Well, it's not necessarily... So, look, you can build... In my opinion, this is a division that is not meant to... It doesn't have the one specific way of playing it, as in rush or slow and RT grind. So this is a division that has some serious issues, and otherwise it's just the Channel Commonwealth or Western Allied Division combined arms way. But that combined arms is not always the same. Sometimes you need more light armor, sometimes light armor is enough. Then you of course don't bring a Sherman if a Honey Stew can do the trick as well. It's cheaper. And sometimes you really need those Shermans. So this is why I have this many tanks. Because depending on, I want to have the tools available for the situations. This is not a thing for an all-rounder deck in general. Whenever you build a quick play deck, even if you have the one game plan that you have, you still have to think about, okay, what things could you potentially need? Even if your thing is push, you don't want to let go of, say, something to kill a heavy tank, because if one rolls up, what are you going to do, right? So this is why I want to have all these armored units there, because light armor spam in A and B phase can be super effective in some games, and some games you just need the Sherman. I do not think it's too much. I don't have an opponent, Curb. If you want to play, we can play. You can pick a division and a map if you want to do so. If not, I'm just going to hop in the queue. Olympic says RIP. Yeah, I wish they had CMPs. This division is, unfortunately, in a very... It's not in a bad state. It's just very meh overall. It kind of... Where did it go? It suffers from not having 2k HE and heavy artillery, so you can't really play balance in the queue. Yeah, Harrow works for me, Curb. Pick whatever you want. And then the infantry that you get, the special infantry you get is not that good. I mean, the Polish one's really good, but it's C-phase limited, which is cool because it allows you to go a little bit longer into C-phase. So in a Maverick vs Maverick game, this can actually make the difference, right? This is not bad. But it still sucks that C-phase locked. And then the A-phase units, the Dutch ones, are cool flavor-wise, but not really that good in terms of performance. That's very meh. Yeah, it just doesn't really set itself apart from what the Commonwealth divisions is. I think what I'm getting at. Let's do a custom one. I'm gonna send you the. I don't know what I need to set up. Oh, I'm just gonna send it in my code. Where's Curb? There he is. Third Volchimiak Maverick. Okay. That's Axis versus Allies, and I'm on the right side, actually. Let's go. Where's Wessex? Wessex map. There we go. Well, if you had the Polish B, you would pretty much always use those first. Yeah, 100%. No doubt there. Oh, wrong map still. Where we have Harrow. Where is it? But there we go. Not sure, honestly, if this is a good map for Third Volchimiak. But I guess you're gonna have to wait and see. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's not the greatest. It's not horrible. Definitely not the greatest. Also, by the way, I'm going to leave the poll open for maybe another 2 or 3 minutes. And then I'm going to close it. But I think most people that wanted to vote have already done so. So it's probably not going to change much. Okay, Curb says a second. So I guess he needs to set up his... One thing that annoys me is that the poll is blocking my view on chat on my OBS. But if I open it on the YouTube page, it actually works. So that's lucky for me. But yeah, I think third Fallschirmjäger has some issues here because you don't have a great armor for the town. Yes, it's okay. It's not fantastic. On the flanks, the infantry should absolutely dominate. And you do have some AT options as well. I think in third you also get the Panzerjäger in, I think it's called, in the recon tab, so that's pretty decent. So you have options there. You have options. Okay, we're going to make the time thing easy. When the game starts, I'm going to close the poll. I think that's the easiest way of doing it, because otherwise I will forget. Oh, I got a message by Curb. What did he say? I guess it's out after stream. Okay, they're ready. Good. That means the poll is now getting closed. Oop. And it was relatively even, but still most people, a majority wanted to see more quick play. So we're going to do one more game. And then if I feel like doing some more stuff, I can do a tournament cast. And then so that, you know, everyone is a little bit satisfied. And then we probably close it off by talking, having a look again at the new division, kind of go to a conclusion after them being out for a little bit at least. I think that's probably a good way of doing it. I'm on this side. So far, I've been on this side very often, and it kind of sucks if you don't have good CQC, because that means you're always down this one flag. It's also kind of sucks because that means if I want to go into here, I need to push, which is, I don't really want to use my armor for that. And I guess I'm just going to go hard into town, and in here we do... This is now where the honey suits are actually coming in useful. Is it light armor? How is the meta looking right now? Just started playing again a week ago. Is it light armor? How? I don't know. When did you stop playing? I think that's an important factor there into play. Right, we're gonna get a recon in here, primarily for the reason that I actually maybe this is better, and then we're gonna send this in over here, and then we have the hard track for the town. Might be better. Actually, you can go in here. So when you stop playing, Bibs, because I can't really tell you how the meta has shifted if I don't know where you played. At the moment, the meta is not that different from when the latest big meta shift happened. But again, I don't know what when that happened when you stop playing. So. Or to keep it short, I would still make the differentiation between after fallback nerf meta and before fallback nerf meta. I think it has shifted not that considerably since that. So, and I think you have still played after the fallback meta, after the fallback nerf, if I remember correctly. But yeah, light armor is definitely meta right now. It always kind of has been, right? It just got stronger after... It just got stronger after infantry got nerfed, basically. But yeah, I wouldn't say there's any significant change in the last couple of months. Soviets are better. Germans now got a big buff. And a bit better as well in comparison. Still, I wouldn't say that... It's not like the meta is to play Soviets all the time. If you haven't known, 9CAF is actually meta at the moment. Still, so that's something. So we're gonna try to get something in the church tower. He's probably gonna be down faster though, so that might not work that well. Gonna bring out some vicars here. It's useful. We're gonna make a big push in the town. This is an NOV map, trust. I've seen your game where you played NOV. I don't remember against who it was, but I've seen it, Beeps. I know that you can make NOV in this map work. By the way, you were probably happy then to have heard that NOV has just recently absolutely destroyed me. Espresso had the pleasure of really giving me a hard time when he was playing NOV against my Russell on Cell. That was full league. Not a good time for me. Actually, okay. I'm changing my mind here. I'm gonna bring this because I want to have something that can deal with light armor too if it pushes across. And then we should potentially bring something in here that can...
Ready, sir.
I want to have something over here, but I don't really want to have my only unit over here because if it gets attacked and dies, it flips. I want to have some recon, but I've used all these guys. Okay. I'm gonna send this over here. We're gonna send him over here. And then we have this available to react to a push here. We can shift it into the town as needed with the options. That means we can get some BS over here. Because then I get an eye on what's going on here. This is what I want. And big push is going to be in the town. So one thing is that he has a 20 mil recon cast. It's actually not so good of a matchup against the Humber for me, because 20 mils up close, what they do is, so these things need 2 hits to kill the SPWs. Same thing for the Honey Stewards. And the problem is that they need 2 hits. They have a slow rate of fire, 7 rounds a minute. What's going to happen is 20 mil is going to... It's probably going to pen the SPW once. Same goes for the 20 mil vehicles, by the way. And then it's going to get pinned, or stressed out at least, so it can't shoot. And then it's going to get finished eventually, even if the 20 mil doesn't pin that much originally. Viv says, I don't think NOV is as bad as people make it. Honestly, it's my favorite division, actually. I would disagree. I think it's still a bad division. But, a bad division doesn't need to mean that it loses in every fight. You can make a bad division work. But I think you can, for example, in the game that I played with Russell, where I lost against NOV, part of it is that NOV, I think, is actually, I didn't realize that until I played against it. It might just be a good counter to Russell specifically because Russell has a lot of expensive stuff. And Russell doesn't have the 45mm mortars that NOV has. Russell doesn't have 50mm mortars anyway, like at all. And my opponent just used them super well. So any division that has CQC and 50mm mortars will do well in such a situation, right? That's kind of what happened there. And I think this can be true in different matchups. Like there's probably quite a few matchups where this can work with NOV. And the cheap infantry can overwhelm some expensive divisions. It doesn't mean, in my opinion, that NOV is a good pick in general, because there's still plenty of maps and plenty of matchups, even on good maps for NOV, where it struggles. It's just that it has some strong tools. But the other thing is, I believe you that you can make it work. I've casted that game. But that doesn't mean, in my opinion, that it makes it a good game. That just means that you are someone who can actually make that division work. And that's something that maybe not that many people can, right? I think something that gets easily forgotten when someone can do well with a not meta division. It's like, yeah, it can work, but that might also be because it's just do super well with it. There's really good Air Force, really good CQC, and really support weapons and light armor swim. Well, yeah, it has all these things, but it really lacks things to deal with heavy sometimes. Like, AT weapons can do the trick, but sometimes they can't do. See my recent game that I brought here where I played Hage and Göring versus Koenig, where he just didn't really have a good answer to my Shermans, and he had to move AT around manually. AT guns around manually. It's not a good thing. But and then you're in a struggle, and you have a good Air Force, yeah, but it's expensive units. So you have, when you have a small thing a small unit that's causing you a problem, you have to bring in a big plane, an expensive plane. That's just so cost ineffective, in my opinion. Like, yeah, I think Lisa's puts it very well. NFV diff is a fun diff until it's not on sale and the opponent has medium tanks and basic recon. That's exactly it. That's my opinion on it. But against Axis can do quite well. I wouldn't really say so. I think that depends a lot on the specific Axis division we're talking about. And that's the issue. And then it still depends a lot on the map. I know that you can make it work. I've seen it, but I think there's plenty of situations where it won't do well enough.
Radio check, Red 1-6, over.
Okay, we need some proper. I need to get this going so that I don't let her wait unnecessarily. I'm gonna get AA right away. I know Curb loves his planes. Well, I wouldn't say it's the worst Bips, but it's still, for me, it's still the lowest tier, easily. Just because of the fact that you can't play it on a lot of maps. And in a lot of matchups.
It's a long way to Tipperary.
Well, someone's got to be worst. Which one was it then? For me, it's either Tartalek or 52nd. No, sorry. 716th is the worst by far. 716th takes the spot as lowest. That's the worst division that we have in game at the moment, easily. There's not even there's no need to debate that. Do we need anything else here really before I finish up my deployment? Sorry for the interruption, actually. Oh, we forgot we had these guys. And we might need them over here. Bring one in there already. Bring one in here, even though they're not that good in the town. But yeah, 716th is the lowest. And then I think NOV kind of shares a place with... Nah, it's probably better. Tartalek and 52nd for me are in the lowest here as well, together with NOV. Not really sure which of those is lower. I personally would say Tartalek, but I know some people think it's actually better for whatever reason. Ready? Good luck, have fun. Also someone else says, Ramos says, your Humber has a range advantage. Yes, but it doesn't really matter. That's the problem. Like, we're talking about the town specifically. So this is where the 20 mils are really dangerous for these things. Of course, otherwise it's not the problem, but you want to... stewards and these kind of things, you often bring in those areas, so that's kind of the issue. I think 52nd is worse. Satellite is decent. I use it plenty. Again, I have to disagree. You might just be the one type of players that can make it work, and that's perfectly fine. It's actually good for you, because I can't. But I think still they're terrible. Both. Absolutely. I don't think Tartalek is decent at all. I think a lot of these bad, quote-unquote, bad divisions, something to keep in mind there too is that they sometimes can perform better than you would think, for the simple reason that they... Oh. Okay. For the simple reason that they are not played very often, and then people don't really know how to deal with them. It doesn't mean that they're... It doesn't make them do... That doesn't make them decent. That just means that if people don't know how to deal with them, they can do some work sometimes. So I think whenever we see one of these divisions all of a sudden performing super well, you have to ask yourself the question, why is this really the case, right? This is the problem that we have here. If he hadn't gotten into range, that would have been a different story, but he did. Yeah, the combination of good infantry and the Gallic really shredding me here. Oh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna throw... Sorry, guys, but like I've lost basically my whole earlier deployment already. Gonna throw the GG in here. I actually forgot to write it, sorry. But yeah. That was GG already. Chris Corrick does decent as plenty. People say, oh, I already know. I'm a second fave. You already won. Sorry, I forgot to wrote GG, Kurt, but that was an absolute stomping. There was nothing I could do. So GG's. No. I surrendered. I surrendered. There was he absolutely destroyed my open. I had nothing basically. There's nothing I could do. I didn't really expect a push, and I didn't have the things in place to deal with it. And then in the town, I lost too hard to. The Sturmjäger, like this thing really shreds now. Like you just melted my infantry, and you put the Garlics in just the exact perfect places. Still 35 points. Damn, that's insane. And yeah, you just absolutely melted anything in the town. I had my infantry melted, so it couldn't really support my armor. Then you had the Garlics in the perfect places. There's nothing I could do. That was very well played, but that was not a game. Like I could have stayed around there, but you would have taken my entire flank. I had no pressure in the town. I could not push at all. So that game would just have been me sitting on a 15-9 for about 20 minutes, and then it was game over. So sorry for surrendering so, but that was not a fun game. This is the one thing, for example, in this situation, this is one of the things where I really dislike the Western allies, because if you look at Wessex, the issue that you have with these tank busters, they're good against big tanks. This is when they're worth it. But like the tank buster that Curb had in Third Fallschirmjäger, this is what you sometimes need if you have a lot of these light armor. We suddenly get a lot of value. Like I could have stopped that whole push if I had a recon plane and a tank buster, and I would have bought those. I wouldn't have sent some of my own tanks in there. But yeah, this thing is just, it has one run, it will kill one of those, and it cannot do anything. So you need to send in your armor, which is not ideal in that scenario. This is exactly what I told you at the start, that the 20 mil recon cars are really dangerous if they're getting close. Yeah, Ferg gets the HS-129. That's a good one. But yeah, I'm playing really bad today, as you've seen, or not just today, in general, in recent weeks. I think the not playing very often just is starting to catch up on me. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, so I guess we're gonna do another quick play game. I'm gonna play it again because we have not really seen much of Wessex now. But I'm gonna go into quick play because otherwise, if I play against him again, it's just gonna be the same again. Kirby's way better than me. And no offense, Kirby, but I do wanna have an actual game where I can play sometimes, because I like this is something that I have noticed quite a while. Curb has really good deployments. Like his openers are really good, and mine are. For everyone who has not noticed that yet, my deployments are really bad most of the time. 90% of the times my deployments are not okay, they're bad. So the matchup, someone with good deployments against someone with bad openers is just horrible. That's how most of my games against Curb go, really. It's like a stomp in the first few minutes. But, well, yeah, I will qualify. That's true. But I lost 2 games that I really shouldn't have. So... I don't know if it's the. I mean, playing confidently helps. Let's put it that. So you're not wrong, Biffs, by your statement that I would do well with more confidence. But at the same time, I think here my confidence in the deployment was not the issue. I think I just absolutely I deployed for a classical deployment of my opponent, and that's just not what Scope was doing. And by classical, I don't mean that. I don't just mean a surprise push. I also mean the thing in the town with just some Sturmjäger and the Galax. Not something that I even thought of. It's just not something that occurred to me. The common thing the best players have is confidence when playing. This is true. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. But it's, to be honest, it's hard to have the confidence if you don't perform as well. So that's the kind of issue. I can still stomp inexperienced play. That's not the issue. It's not the issue. Just now, when I watch your streams, the deployment always takes so long. You put a lot of thought into it, more than I do. I'll probably have the better one. Well, you can still put a lot of thought in your deployments and still not do them well. I think they're good against an intermediate player. They're just not good enough for these very good players. Like people like Curb, Koenig, Gepasa, like. Even we get Consistent Touch, but seriously, I've seen the name before. I don't remember where. But yeah, so these kind of matchups, people, it's just not good enough for that. They have way better deployments, and yeah, so my deployments are good if they're against something that is like pure standard right after school book, basically. But most people don't play like that. That's kind of the issue. When I have the rule to play some kind of 18 every road, like I expect a rush to happen on every road. Yes, I used to do that too, and I kind of stopped. I can't really tell you why, but I think it's just part of, because it's sometimes expensive, and I have in recent times had astonishingly more success with by just leaving some flanks criminally unopened and then put everything in one area. Kind of was what I was doing here, right? I would put everything into the town. And it wouldn't have been that bad, honestly, if I had taken the town, right? I think that's the big problem here. That rush would not have been an issue if I had so much more in the town. So exactly what Lisa says just now. The best deployments are one lane gambles, capture one side of the map and fight sideways. Exactly. This is what I've just noticed is way better very often. So this is what I try to do. But it has the side effect of having very fast games if you can't win your lane. If you can't win the one area you push, then this is GG's. You have no chance anymore because you have allowed your opponent to take an entire flank. And I kind of fall into the trap here of not actually. I should have actually reinforced the town, and have accepted the flank to fall. This was the big game deciding moment here, I think. You can be a hints up per PPSH solo throw and cheap stuff. That is okay. Just I don't really have that much of that. I could have put a Piat there, but it wouldn't have changed much. A rifles Piat there in the forest. That wouldn't really have changed anything. But that's why I had the motorized rifles on my right-hand side. I just didn't. I just don't like that on the left-hand side because you have to put it in a position where you don't have vision on what's going on. I really didn't like that. But anyway, Grim Guy, yeah, I've run into that more than once. I didn't think of that kind of deployment. You have to rush to like that. Yeah, it's always a gamble, and it's the problem is it just can't deploy for every deployment that your opponent could pull off. You have to make a kind of a risk analysis for yourself. What makes sense? Like how big is the probability of your opponent doing that? how much does it cost you to counter it, and how bad would it be if you did that and you didn't counter it. And very often the answer is just, if you do the, what Lizak said, if you just go for a gamble that you have one area that you're just absolutely going to dominate, very often the answer to all those questions is, if you do that, it's probably okay. That's kind of how it goes. In a pack, 38 or 600 is too expensive. I think when you go a really big push, you could put one of these down, it's not that bad, but they still get overwhelmed, and then I just don't see the point in having them there, honestly. That's kind of how I see it. Anyway, so let's see what we can do here. Tatra, air spam time, as someone already pointed out, absolutely. He has 2k, and I don't have 2kg. There's a bit of a problem. Well, it depends. He has the Krupp. I'm not sure if he brought that one, because other than that, I do have 2k that can do just fine. I don't think he has 2k HE either, but the Krupp does HE damage, and he has 88. So the open is probably something I want to stay out of, possible. But what we can still do is a little bit of work. Now, I've played against Spaziersitzer already in the past. I'm pretty sure I recognize the name. Just don't remember what it is. If you kill the little AA. Its AA isn't bad, but it's little, yeah. It's 2 flock filling. I think they're 8. No, they're not 8 phase lock, but you want to take them in. No, really. Or maybe they are. Then you have 88s. Helping Helper has a good point. It's just maths. If you spread the open at 250, 25, 220, 250, I think the one should also have been 250. You will always be outnumbered by someone who put 100, 155, 555, and he will have the initiative. Yeah, that's it. Oh, so the flag is A phase left. Okay, I remember that correctly then. Yeah, A gates you can take in A or B phase. You're probably going to put them in B phase since it's balanced. But yeah, absolutely. Helping Helper has a good point there. If you want to go with a safe deployment, I like to do 200, 200, and then 350. It's still not a good deployment, but it's like what I would recommend a new player. So here, actually no. This is where we want to bring 80. Because I can probably stop most of his push that way. We need to cover it off with this, so we could actually turn the whole thing around and push into this. The question is just, is this worth it? No. No. We'll let him have that flank if he wants to push it. It's too much. I think here we're going to do what Bib suggested, because I'm actually, for this specific situation, I'm a huge fan of this. Just going to put a Piat unit there. That's going to have to do. And then later on we can go with AT, because he has the recon bombers, and I don't want to... If I bring an AT plane, it's just an AT piece, it's just going to get bombed. Way better would be a Sherman or a Honey Steward. We can put a Humber there.
Yes, sir.
That is enough. That will do. This will do. Here we are going to put down a... I think we're going to buy artillery early here. I'm not really happy with being on this side of the map, though. And this is where we probably want to have motorized rifles, just in case. We can put that down like here. Because he might rush that. I'm also going to bring one of these over here. Not really want to bring things you can easily bomb. Because again, he can do that, no problem.
Ready to transport.
Put these guys here. And recon the churchyard, of course. We're gonna put the cheap guys in there again. And then we need to think about how to push this. Because I think this is gonna be, again, if you take this, you're good. If you lose this, not good. And the open is not really something I want to push. if it so happens that he brings 2k here without ADA, I wouldn't mind that, but for the time being, let's be careful. Let's bring these guys in there. Let's bring a leader. We can bring 2 of these guys too. I really should learn how to use them again. I used to use them a lot, and I've kind of unlearned it, which sucks. But hey, can't be able to do everything. Let's take 2 of those. Let's take a Sherman. Don't really like. I don't want to use all my Shermans now. I probably should take more AFAs. But I kind of don't want to use the Honey Stewards there because his light tanks can easily clean them up. Oh, actually, got. We moved that. 50 cal. Always forget. Always forget. Now, one thing that we do want to do here is put one of these in here. I like to bring the recon over there, and then we can move the hard track over here. And we bring AA. Ready
to fire, sir.
I'm gonna bring more of these guys. Good thing is, he doesn't have a ton of top of the line infantry. So eventually I should be able to do well. And some stuff is going to trade if you do well. Yeah, this is a good point to what people said earlier. Some stuff is really good on the defense and really cheap. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you have. Some divisions have good things, but like some divisions like this one, for example, don't have a ton of good things. It really depends on the situation. Like again, motorized rifles in here, for example, do well if someone tries to push faster. But I think there's plenty of things that just aren't that great for these kind of situations. We can. Oh, we should also bring recon for the center. That would be helpful. I'm gonna bring it right here. Ready. Good luck. Have fun. Let's see what he surprised me with. I know, Bips, I know. I really love Tatra, actually. It's one of my favorite divisions, so I know what they have. I know what he has. And there it is, Harden. That makes a difference. They're also cheap, so he has more of them, but... yeah, early on I think we bring a Saxon, because that means we probably need to clear out some AA, and then we can actually start dominating over here. The problem is that there's a lot of cheap stuff, which again makes these expensive planes kind of bad. See, this is what I knew. This is what I expected him to bring. Just gonna have to let it flow for a bit. He shouldn't really be able to kill these, I wouldn't think. Yep. He can stress it out though. Oh, this is where he's gonna push. Okay.
Be careful. Enemies nearby.
Okay, so we're just gonna make sure we can hold this. Again, this is the real prize for us. If we can hold that, we will eventually be able to do well.
Need some extra eyes, sir?
And then we can have one of these out. So this can do... yeah, I don't mind losing this hard. It's okay.
Waiting for orders.
Oh. Actually, whatever is here, you want to clear it out.
Wake up, boys. It's not tea time.
Brings the ersatz.
Let's go, Lieutenant. Tank ready. Medic!
Alright, wait. Oh, he has the Wolfram right away. That is potentially Chi-Chi. Wow. This is so, oh, this is so cheesy. Jesus. But we can still win this. This is not exactly one of the situations where I would be calling Chi-Chis. Oh, it's not ideal. We have cheap infantry. We can just put in there. There's recon in there too. Actually, we don't need this here anymore. So what we can do, we can load this up and then drive it in there, and we get the flag back. Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, this is so bad. I thought it would be dead already. That was a huge mistake there. Remove one of these over here, one of these over here. Everything is pinned here, and all my armor is that. Jesus. The good thing is the Wolfram can shoot one more time, unless he takes ammo in A phase, which I don't think he does. But I'm not kidding. I do not think this is a particularly good matchup for me, because except for the air spam, because he has so many tanks that I can't really deal with. So this is something I really need to be careful about. Would be less of an issue if I had these in A phase, but don't. So okay, 50 cal. No, it's not doing. I'm actually spotting. There we go. Oh. Okay, push further forward. I would love you to run into my. Actually, let's see what's there. Can't be that much there. Oh. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. We can do that. I can do it. I need to start the air spam. Oh, this is killing my recon. After my half track, not recon. Okay. We might even be able to grab this then. Let's get more motorized rifles. And muddiness. All right. What is that? Big. Okay. Gonna have to run, but we can bring in.
Stay on your guards, gentlemen.
Oh, he's spotting that one. Good, 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 good. Should leader. Who takes that? We can't take it yet. We need to protect it.
Recon units at your orders.
Alright, let's push this.
Damn, that was close. Tank ready. Roger.
As soon as we have... Oh, okay. I need to finish this, but afterwards I will happily join that. 2 on 1. Oh, no, they still can't push pen it, so... I'm gonna bring our last Sherman over here. We're a bit more... Oh no, if that's gonna hit the Crusade, I'm gonna lose it. Okay. Good. That means he has no more of those charters left. Now we're gonna bring AT for the center. And AA for the center. Actually, let's bring it AA. While we're at it. We got this back. Good.
I'm hit. Tank ready. On the road again. We can give some fire support, sir.
They should win that. I think tiebreakers are a best of 1 from what I gathered. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's gonna die. I was hoping... Oh, never mind. He's gonna survive. I was hoping that I could do a little... what's it called? Flanking maneuver there, but didn't really work out super well. Actually, I probably wouldn't have needed this. He doesn't have a yay, as far as I can see. It could be hidden, so... Now, I'm actually happy that I took this, despite in the matchup, I don't think it would be... It was... So... Part of this matchup makes this not be good, because... oh, he takes a Volkssturm, so he has just disheartened spam. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. And then we can just go after that. I guess we can try to push this with motorized rifles and maybe some assault troops. They might be going the wrong way, should be okay. But yeah, so these have their issues, but... So having more Piats would be good in this matchup, but having these guys with the 4 stands, not too bad. Someone is messaging me something? No. There's an AT somewhere over here. Need to keep that in mind. Make sure we bring infantry. This thing has... Oh, no, 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 no. Don't drive over there, please. Yeah, which is exactly what he would have done. And we shift this so that he can not shoot at this, please. Shoot at that AT gun. Somewhere over there. More motorized rifles we do. Also need to bring it that way first. Oh, AT gun, they're actually paying off. That's amazing. I guess we're gonna have to start taking out some of these tanks there.
Get ready, boys.
Can he? No, he can't stop them. Otherwise, would have needed to change things around there a little bit. It's not really the tank that I wanted to go after. This is the Stucky Boogie. This is also not the Stuck. This is the Stuck. Well, we have 2 Sherm. Oh, one has a gun champ. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, there's a group out already. I'm more than happy to take that out. Damn. That's an expensive piece. In a position where it was not needed at all. Oh, Yaza Yena. Not in the right position though, so maybe. Charge! Okay, this is where we got rifle speared, and we got this nice little hybrid unit here. And again, they're driving the wrong way. I hate this. You should really... I know it's hard to implement, because there's cases where you want to... Like, if I want to deploy something, it has to go through enemy controlled territory. But I really think there should be a setting where it's like, it shouldn't be able to move through enemy occupied territory. Because this thing is so annoying. Oh, he's going after this. Should have moved this. He brought out... Oh no, yes, ammo in A phase then. Because it should only have 2 charges. Interesting. So that means he can't... You have a lot of good stuff that you can take in support there, but that means he didn't take them. This also tells me that he didn't take some of the good things you can take in general. So... It's an interesting decision. In the AT tab. So there's like quite a good few goodies in the AT tab. He didn't take them. Which is not a good idea in my opinion. This is a very weirdly built deck then.
Where do you need us? I have nothing else planned for this afternoon. New orders, Skipper? Hits! Take care, boys.
I guess I can call it back. It's gonna have to refuel now. It's actually not that good that I used this for this long. What can you see? Oh, you can see that? How can you see that?
Enemy spotted.
Is this covered?
Scouts at your orders.
Be funny if so. Let's take a Vickers here, I guess.
I'm hit.
There's an actual tank coming over there. Oh.
Ready, Captain.
Both should be able to stop that, I think. Yep. I was gonna say.
Ready to transport.
Yeah, I didn't really want you to shoot, if not necessary.
Need some extra ice, sir?
Alright, I can push through that. We need to fix you eventually. I think it's time for that now. Actually, no, this you can see from there. This we're not gonna do. It's a bad idea. Oh, and these got stuck with their, yeah.
Radio check, red 1-6, over. Second platoon, let's go. Platoon formed and ready. Reverse, but keep facing the enemy.
And then we might be able to get that. I guess we can bring AT down. We just bring it up here as well. I might actually not need that anymore, but we keep it around for now. We can move. Oh no, it's crashing. No,
Wake up, boys.
it's not crashing.
Time.
Let's get this done. I guess we can go after the Krupp, but I'm not really sure if it's worth it. Oh yes, drive into my.
Spotted. Prepare firing.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Reverse, but keep facing the enemy.
Then we may be able to make a fresh push in here. Yeah, this is gonna hurt a lot.
Second platoon, ready, sir.
Oh, there we have it.
Back in control.
That means you can also bomb whatever is there, and then you can both go away again.
I'm hit. My engine's on fire.
New target.
Ready, sir.
Both of you. Or is that flak filling? It is in radio range. Love that.
What are your orders, sir? Second platoon, let's go. Recon units at your orders.
Okay, I'm having enough of this.
We've got casualties.
Let's bring this in because this has.
Medic, stay on your guards, gentlemen.
Oh. Oh.
Waiting for air or ground targets.
Not good. Not good. Very not good. Yeah, the problem is the armor situation. Like the armor situation in that fight is really bad.
I am listening.
I need to kill that because otherwise he's going to take over the center here. This thing has HE too, if I remember correctly. Oh no, it's just without APCR. Never mind. That's not that useful. I was thinking like, oh, this is really cool. Yeah, I didn't realize that all my light armor died because I thought my 70 Marder would have killed that Marder. Because then, yeah, we can no 50 guns a pound for strafing.
I don't like
We're not gonna
giving
bother.
up.
We're not gonna bother. Not worth it. And I've lost a lot of
Enemy
important things around again. So
I am in charge here.
and everything takes
Okay.
everything takes the wrong road. I hate it. Okay, what do we have here?
Medic.
What do we have here? Boop, 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 boop. That looks to me like the AA stat. We can finish that off real quickly. And then we can go... Nope. Hello there. It's not really all that damage. That sucks. Oh, Marder. Nope. Nope.
Extra ice, sir.
Nope. And then we can move in that way. Oh, you should... Maybe I should have also queued up the move order. That would be helpful. Now we need to find another way of pushing against that. I don't know where we just got the 1311. Oh, we grabbed the flag. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And it's something else in there as well. Here we can just take one of these for now.
Good job, gunner.
Okay. And then last one of these.
Recon team, ready. Move and open your eyes.
Maybe just chill there.
For orders. Attention. Yes, sir.
Damn.
Engage on
Can you shoot the pier?
Recon team, ready.
Ah, of course he missed it with this suppression. Not really surprising.
Need some extra eyes?
Fortunately, oh, but no.
Sergeant Highway is hit.
Yeah, the problem is if I get locked down like that, he can just do that over and over again with his Wolfram.
Sergeant Highway is hit. Grid 6
Okay, just finish that. I got stuck on the Panzer III. Oh yes, APC, but he got a shoot to kill. I can't believe it.
will deploy at this
I just can't believe it. Alright, we're gonna try the spam tactic. Oh. Crew panic. Well, it's running. I wanted to run anyway,
will deploy at this position.
so could be worse. Oh, actually, no.
Under control.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Ready to fire.
Sometimes it's so deadly with
Be careful. Enemies nearby. Beware of Huns. Delighted, sir.
no, don't bounce. No bouncing allowed here. Damn it. Drives too close to that one. Oh.
Open your eyes. Need a ride.
Well, this thing immediately died. Yeah, not going very well. I just let this chill there. Okay, you need to win against this, please.
Okay, sir. I don't like giving up. He's burning.
Because the airspam clearly is not working as well as I was hoping.
Recon units at
The Piets are also not really working as well as I was hoping. Please? Pity, please? Okay,
second platoon ready, sir.
it's a start. It's a start.
Entering Indian country.
Small wins. Small wins.
We used up all our ammo, sir.
You need small W's that turn into big W's. At the moment, we're not really Wing at all.
I'm hit.
It's,
I am listening.
we can actually take this up,
If that's an order,
I think.
just tell me where they are.
Have another go at this.
Attack run.
For the open. I don't think we can get that flag, actually. Let's see.
Awaiting instructions. My engine's on fire. I am listening.
Okay. No, it's still there. But we're not in radio range anymore, that's the problem.
This war will be over by Christmas.
Ooh. No. I can't. I would love to take that out, but I can't. Okay, come on. We got the first pen. Need one more. I think that's probably going to be the end of that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, honestly, I'm super washed today, and I just can't deal with spam by the looks of it. Yeah, he was outrating me heavily. Oh, I should have won that. But yeah, spam done right is really hard to beat, unfortunately, and this is one of those cases. I mean, the problem is, as I said, my armor is really bad for the town over there, but I don't have the 2 KHE. I should actually have pushed more now in the open, that I noticed that he had both groups in the wrong place. But that actually made it safe for me. But I only realized that now, so that is very unfortunate. I think we're just gonna move right away to watching this one, the tiebreaker. But yeah, you win some, you lose some. I think today is not the day. And it is what it is. Let's see, Tannenberg. Can't say I like the map, but it has some interesting place to it. Do we do the Vision Gas game? What do you think it is? Oh yeah, Moolbrook loves his Soviets. I call 29th, because I know that Moolbrook has started liking that quite a bit. Although, could be. Versus 20th? No. No, I think it's 20th. Yeah, it's 20th. Or are there any other opinions? Okay, so we have caught up. So since this is being played, you know, I want to take the opportunity. Now that we wait for the deployment to be finished, we can go back to the previous game. It's just the problem is that the light armor that you have for Western allies can't really deal with the light armor that Tatra has. And on top of that, of course, all these kind of things. Or TANF is also possible, yeah. No, 29th. I know that Moobrook really likes that, so that was my first guess. Also, it's quite popular at the moment, I feel like. But yeah, so actually, let's look at the deployment first. Yes, the PO2, this one is without bombs, so it's important to note. Push here by Moobrook, trying to rush into here with all the fast transport. Not really a lot of CQC, which is interesting. And then in town, some rushy stuff, but not super deep. And some M10s. And the M10 would have been a giveaway, I have not noticed that. On the other side, a lot of Panzer IIIs, Marders, a lot of Stoßtrupps and the like. Also not super aggressive over here. In the center, we do have quite a few Stoßtrupp and Pioneer SVDs. They can be very overwhelming and it will absolutely shred those after those. So 57 in a defensive position. 45 might actually be able to take that out. Not a lot here that can stop the wave of light, cheap stuff over here. So that's a bit of a problem. Hi, Emil. We have just switched to Moobrook versus Froblord. 14-10 for Moobrook right away. Moobrook is also one of these players who, at least in my opinion, has very good openers. Speaking. But yeah, Froblord has clearly not put enough there. This is a classical push for red side. So either Froblord has screwed up or he has been aware of this and has just decided to leave it open. This is one of his options. Froblord has so far, as he has said recently, his whole thing so far has been deploy a lot of Panzer IIIs and use the Wolframen for towns, which we've just seen that in the previous games how well that works. This is part of the issue that I had in that game, right? The Wolframen, like on a map where you fight over just one specific area, the Wolframen is just absolutely crucial. Forget about that element until now, but that is also part that was just absolutely shredding me in the previous games. I think initial open there, I could have won that if it wasn't for the Wolframen. 16-8 for Froblord though, for Moobrook though, with him grabbing 3 flags over here for a brief moment, still holding that one with just a flamer. Stoßtrupp here could potentially deal with that, but at the moment it's not really the case. D34 versus, this is the higher armored one, okay. Or infantry here pushing forward, getting shot at by the Su-57. That's potentially a problem because then the flamer could maybe do some work against those. Still think the flamer should lose that. Some Panzer IIIs did go down as the T-34 keeps bouncing, finally goes down. So M10 looks like it has died. This is going to be a bit of a problem unless you use the APCR. You can't really pen that. Probably pushing in the center though. Geo being coming in, there's no 50 cals here on the the Su-57 that could try to stop that or on any of the tanks, and there's no AA. So Geo providing reconnaissance and doing some bombing. Really nice unit there, actually. Really good. I'm surprised. No, it's the Grenadier DP. I was going to say, I thought for a second it was a normal Panzer Grenadier. I was like, why would you take that and not the Panzerschreck one? But that makes a lot of sense. 45 mil is not spotted Rozvedka because, yeah, line of sight here. Still takes it out, though. That's a huge kill. That could have been very annoying in the backlines over there. Push here still going on. Panzer III gets spotted by the Su-57. Needs to turn. Will probably not. Yeah. Su-57 can take that out. Panzer III's here. Slowly moving in, but can't do much. Oh, no. This one is going against T-3045. Yeah, it's not going to be able to win that. Froblord is noticed. Froblord is moving back. Panzergren's moving in. Panzer IV coming in. They can definitely deal with the T-3045. Remember, guys, up close, the matchup is not... Well, it's still in favor of the T-3485, but this is where the Panzer IVs can actually trade up really nicely to these kind of tanks. It's just a range where, of course, T-34 will win. Froblord, though, takes the center. With there not being anything by Moobrook, he actually takes 2 flags in a massive swing. Tanko is going to come in, easily fix that. Should be able to bring back at least those 2 flags. This one, maybe not. I'm not sure. Push continues, though. With the Pioneer SVT, there's tools there that can at least fight a little bit at range, but of course, double machine gun infantry can't really contest. Marder coming in as well. Same for the chance to deal with the T-3045, probably. There's one there already. He's not using that, though. A lot of the Panzer IIIs have been decimated. There's 2 left from the initial, about 4 or 5 that we saw. Oh, Su-57 though has shifted downwards and is actually started to poke at that infantry. That's a problem. He really needs to save those up for the amount of light of CQC that's now coming in. Ju-87 can also deal with that. I mean, this is one thing. If, you know, you can call in a tank, but if you have, of course, something that can take this out safely, that is way better. Oh, he killed the tank. I assume. Can you go away so that we can check? Thank you. Nah, maybe line of sight tool is a bit wonky here because, yeah, it's probably it's a line of sight tool that works in kind of increments where you can't. So it's not always does not always show you this line of sight for the exact point you are, but for the nearest point where it is calculating it for. It's possible that I think T-34 probably spotted it. Probably should be air spamming, says Meal. 20th Panzer is perfect to take advantage of no AA. Yeah, I think so too. I would agree on that. And it's not. The fun part is that it's not that 29th like doesn't have AA. It's just decided not to bring it, which is odd to me since there's the GOs around. But if Memil tells you to do something like that, you know that you should do because Memil is the master of 20th Panzer. I think this is not a secret anymore. Is this the division you play best with, Memil, or is it just your favorite one? Actually, I don't actually know that. I just know that you're very good with it. That's all that I know. After being forced off, another pushing in, infantry moving up as well. Yeah, so both then. I guess. I'm a professor, okay. Is this also your favorite or not? Because I can tell you, weirdly enough, I am not that good with my favorite divisions. I actually suck with them. Okay, SVT, yeah, being forced off by the VF-19 since there's nothing here is one of my favorites. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, usually you like the division that you're also doing good with. But yeah. Marder coming in to deal with the half-track, I guess. No, not sure what it's spotted. Another 45mm coming in. Can't really do anything against T-34 over def. 1410 for Moobrook still. Both are on Maverick, so, you know, any little grab that you have for a time is really helpful. Now the AA is coming in, so the southern push is not really easily bombed anymore, but the northern one, there's still options there, and there's a target-rich environment, I would say, at least for the Ju-87. It's possible, let's see what Froblord actually sees, because I would not be... Yeah. So as soon as the Ju-87 is reloaded, it's probably going to go after that tank right there. Oh, that's Moobrook. No. But Froblord sees it, so... Actually, let's check. Moobrook has not a lot of vision, so he's kind of pushing in blindly, which is definitely risky. Not ideal. But unless he can get vision in it again, there's not much he can do about that. Yeah, 45mm, he can overpen, but with the penetration drop-off over range, there's like, maybe, I know, there's a few percentages there, not that much. It says Froblord should have recon plane over each part of the map as long as there's no AA. Oh yeah, would definitely agree on that. The Geo is cheap enough to do that too. 37 is actually rerouted as the 45mm. Could have maybe picked it up. That would have been a huge kill. Ju-87 though is going after T-3045. Might lose line of sight now. Maybe the half-track spreads it just enough. It's going to drop it anyway. No, it's not going to... No, it still gets the kill. That's huge. AA now coming in as well. Moobrook finally realized that he can't just let Froblord doing the air spam. He can't let him continue doing that. Wait, is it just all stress from... Yeah, it's all stress from bouncing, not from an actual pen. Geo going after the half-track. Not actually sure how well that works. Definitely things that could be targeted. Oh, Recon and Church are, of course, giving some things away, but not that much longer. Oh, he's doing a nice position here. Never actually used that. It's perfect to cover that area, but Panzer IIIs are moving out of there. Half-track died. Or Geo could drop its bombs. Flamer versus Flamer. Marder is helping though. T-34 is almost fully suppressed. But the 45mm, no, it's not going to die yet. It's going to get one last shot as the misses though. This flag's grabbed by, yeah. This is actually badly played here by Fraplo. Not in general, but this thing right here. Because the way the front line is actually should tell him that there's probably not that much here. If anything, something is like in here. But that gives you options to go there. That's really something that should be done. If Moobrook doesn't know, it's going to unload it. Yeah. It's going to say, if Moobrook doesn't unload that soon, and it stays close, you might actually lose it. That's not going to be the case now. And the J87 should be forced off. Marder, of course, could definitely deal with a T-3045. Wondering if we're going to see an IS-2 versus IS-2 battle at some point. If it's going to happen, it's going to be either here in the south, where there's actually some ranges, or if Moobrook can, Fraplo can fully push Moobrook out of the area here, then it's going to be along these lines. Although T-34 will probably be enough to stop things there. Fraplo making good progress, actually. So at the moment, Moobrook is barely having a hold here, and Fraplo could easily bring that to a 13-11. But Fraplo making really good progress in the town. He's slowly grabbing territory, and he could potentially get this flag removed as well. 88 now coming in. Yeah, so Fraplo is aiming at completely dominating the open there and making sure that Moobrook is not going to get back in there. 13-11 for Moobrook as he actually regrabs the sensor now. We do see a push to 45 mil here in... You can't see it? What is going on there? Wow. Oh, it doesn't do enough damage to take it out. Shotstrup coming in, but the armor pusher can be a bit of a problem. 50 cal half-tracks will easily pin that. No, it's going in here. Moobrook still, Fraplo still not fixing this. Oh, but the 37 mil is being under fire by the Panzer IV F1s, doing quite a bit of damage. Windmill says bringing 88 might be a waste. Yeah, I think it's not needed anymore. He's locking it down, which is good, but I agree with you there. He has this, he doesn't need it anymore. But on the positive side, Fraplo actually taking this means that he now has the resource available. We see this right here to put more things in down south and get initiative back here. So at the moment, Moobrook is in a position where he can't really do that much anymore. He needs to waste a lot of resources to get back in there. But Moobrook, on the other hand, is nicely using his options in the like his strength now in the CQC compartment. And pushing there, and really good light armor pusher. This is, of course, something that if you don't have any light armor there yourself, you can easily stop it. Oh, look at that. 37 here actually died. Didn't notice that. So Ju-87 is coming in to deal with the T-34-85. That's huge. What else do we have? Grim Guy says, I swear I captured IS-2 as a secret buff. I've won every IS-2 versus IS-2 fight I've ever had with it. Wow, okay. I have not had any IS-2 fight with it yet, so I actually wish I could do that. Oh, Panzergrenadier. Oh! They're going to get the Panzerfaust off. Regrabs the flag. 13-11 for Fraplo now. Panzergrenadier DP here is fighting a flamer that's not ideal. And that's might actually lose him as flag again. Although 45 mil is moving to position. Hello, Tinky Yuki. Losing flags to half-track push away always feels annoying. Yeah, but what can you do? What can you do? Well, the Martyr here died. I think this is not the same one. Oh my god, look at that Ju-87. It took, I think... No, they spread out, so something else killed the M10. I guess the M10 Tamada traded then. Because it looked to me like maybe BF-109 is... I don't know what it's doing. Oh, the flag... It could have probably bombed this. This was... I think it had... Oh no, it's... What? Why is it not shooting at BF-109? It usually goes to the least suppressed target, so it should switch back and forth a little bit. Tanker moving in here and re-grabbing that flag that was previously grabbed by Fraplo. But yeah, I think so. The Marder and the M10 probably traded, and the AT plane killed the T-3045. So I feel like Fraplo trading very well here. Boiter Starling is coming out. So if Moobrook brought any IS-2s, we are going to see an IS-2 versus IS-2 fight. Let's go, guys. Let's go. I'm excited for this one. And there's nothing here that should really be able to pen this otherwise. So I think the chances are not too bad. Now, one thing that is important to note is that Fraplo, having brought his Air Force quite a bit so far, has not brought any AA himself. So if Moobrook ever decides to bring planes, Fraplo is completely defenseless. Never mind. Sorry. Never mind. Flag 43 over there. And it says the 37 first target in Stuka and AA doesn't change target before fully suppressed. Oh, I always thought it's switching back and forth like other things as well. Like other units. So yeah, probably could have 100% bombed that AA piece. Which is not, you know, not the best use of you. Oh, look at that. That 37 died, by the way. So Chio is out right again. So Emil is probably going to not agree with me, but I think Frop Lord is using the air assets that he has well now. Because, you know, he's noticed no AA, immediately brings out those Chios again, which is so cost efficient. And there we go. Next AA piece out by Moorbrooke. Oh, but the half-tricks are there, so yeah, they can force it off. Plus, it might prematurely change targets to prioritize bomber / AT over recon or fighter though. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good... I'm wondering this myself. Maybe Emil can enlighten us. I've had some interesting things with the 37mm though. That Emil also pointed out happened to him in his game against Luna. I had the same thing against Koenig recently, where the 37mm just wouldn't open up on a plane they can clearly see. Although in Emil's case, he said it's most likely because it... the SIS-2 could potentially actually pen there, with the APCR. But the APCR is 1,000 meters only, so chance that's actually happening relatively low. But in Emil's case, apparently there was also a leader on top of the A. But on my case, that wasn't, so... Wondering if there's an issue with 37mm at the moment. Other than that being your only A is still being kind of an issue at the moment in general. It's definitely, it's way better, but it's still, if you go, as soon as you go against medium resilience planes, fast ones that the Western Allies have, or some of the Focke-Wulfs, this thing is still very underwhelming. It is not too bad though against all other sorts of planes. Way better than before, now that you can take it at, reasonably can take it at single vet, at double vet. Flamer versus Tenko is going to get overwhelmed, but 3 Shrimpires. Nice, more availability that you get now. So that means that, yeah, Frop Lord can actually contest Moorbrooke in here for a bit longer. OBF1 is targeting the SIS-2. The AA might have a word to say about that, although it's in a bad spot where he can't really see. Yeah, in this case it's definitely not buggy. It's just that sitting in these buildings means you don't have a good line of sight. 37, yeah, this is maybe a bit... maybe that's a bit too motivated. No. Still can't see it. Wow. It's actually going to get through. Flying directly over it, but it being medium resilience now, probably it's going to work out and it's going to get out. And actually, it's smoking quite a bit. Might die here unless it loses line of sight, which it might. 50 cals. Definitely doing a little bit of damage there as well. Ooh, and he lost it. Wow, huge push over here. Geo getting in since there's no AA over here. No, it's actually not going in. It's just, it's getting in, but it's not doing anything at the moment. Another one is coming in for the attack now. So this one spots, and the other one is coming in to attack. It's flying towards the 37. This one's going to die. 100%. 50 cals here also doing a bit of work. PR2 going down over here. There's AA in the town now as well. Also noteworthy, so I think the Wolf Problem we haven't seen yet. The Wolf Problem here would be absolutely devastating. Wolfram, as I have just got to realize again in the last game, very good unit, very useful, very powerful. Whenever you bunched up in an area, MLRS are really good. Oh, Cherry going after running things, not the unit that he's going to face immediately. Interesting choice there. But I guess he just didn't see those and didn't reach chance. Boston coming. Yeah, that's going to delete that. And Plotspill says, I actually just finished an AA tier list because I wanted to talk about it, but I'm not going to drop it while you and much of the community are busy here. Feel free to drop it in the Discord. I'm sure people will be there to discuss it. And I want to see some more of the discussions. I actually really stopped participating in this because I love discussing. So I get way too involved usually. So I stop partaking in those discussions on Discord because I'm wasting a lot of my time on that. It's not wasted because it's fun, but at the same time, It kind of is. Ferdinand for Froppel still, so he's very continuously just been ticking down. I think he's definitely been out trading Moobrook so far, but he might lose the center. And one of the issues here is, once you lose this, in this case, it's not so bad because I think the armor that Froppel has can sit in here and kind of hold, but it can be quite annoying holding all of this since the CQC can move that way. It can, if you find a way through here, you're in here, and once you're in there, it's really annoying. Froppel is wasting the eyes too. Yes, I would agree. He paid a lot of points for it and is not using it. I think he's shifting it though. Yeah, he's actually putting it in a position where he can do some work now. Wolframen finally arrived. It's going to shred all of this. They're either going to be that or pinned. So you're absolutely right. I've not noticed that yet, but no leaders indeed. Yeah, 2 afters almost dead, 1 dead, 1 running. So... And Froppel is pushing now. And yeah, wow, look at that fleet of planes. And he can definitely take out these tanks easily. I think he's wasting, like, he doesn't need 2 of those and the J87. The J87 can perfectly well kill all of those. The BF-109s actually can do that too. So it would have been way better to target the M10 with some of them. I guess I didn't realize there was AA right here. But I guess he was afraid of that. So he wanted to make sure something can get through. 150 is out, not being fired. I've not noticed that yet. But the push so far really nicely stopped by Froppel. He has a ton of Schrumpais here. It's like half, not quite, it's actually half Schrumpais that he has available or out. The problem is if the Boston comes back in, it's going to be goodbye. Ranger putting 1 leader in the forest can make a big difference. Absolutely agree, yeah. This is where leadership really makes a big difference. J87 is going to get stopped by the 37 mil. He might drop some of his clusters. I don't think so. Oh, it does. Just tickle the Su-85 a little bit. Boy de Charles now out in the open, or at least pushing the open, finally, where it should be, as Emil pointed out. But yeah, you guys are absolutely right. I have not noticed that, but yeah, you would usually put a leader there. Maybe both of them didn't take them. It's highly possible. But I think 20th, while not the cheapest infantry tab, you have the option to take it. You can definitely take the infantry there. It's affordable. Boy de Charles finding the T-34, 85. Not before that one wastes the Marder though. No, doesn't find it. Interesting. Not sure what happened there exactly. Wolframen is at it again. It's going out after this, but the real threat is this. All the after is just sitting there. 14-10 for Froppel though. He would probably love to have a 15-9, but it's a bit to work a bit harder for that. Oh, off map coming in. Now, this thing is not that good. But it can still pin, especially if you have like, roughly equal forces. This is the difference that you need. Like this is all you need really. M10 has a slow turret rotating speed, so the T-34 should get the first shot off. Oh, Rozvedka has something to say about that too. T-34 gets a first shot off, but Rozvedka retaliates right away. A really nice move there. But yeah, so this can make all the difference that it needs to. If you have roughly equal forces, even if you don't fully pin, any bit of suppression is enough. Also, if you drop 2 of those together, like this thing is 40 points, mind you. Which is fair, but it's not good. But if you have 2 of those together, it is actually really dangerous. Because, Wolfram is still going after this. After Froppel has moved in, he has stopped it. He has noticed, but this is why he put it on return. Oh no, it is out of ammo, that's why. Pins the Afto, but pins the Panzergrenz in the process as well. But there we go. Afto's pushing, actually a bit prematurely. I think he should have waited till he can drop the off-map. Now the off-map is dropping. Froppel is actually moving in now. Yeah, I should have used the Wolfram strike here, I guess, but... Oh well. But yeah, what I was going to say is also that... Boy de Charles is still not in a position where he can do anything. No! He's really not using it well. But yeah, it's 40 points. If you drop 2 of those together, it's still an 80-point off-map. And 2 of them together actually do quite a bit of pinning, so... The wall of Schrumpires... Slowly getting stopped by all the afters. Off-map going into the empty nothingness, but you get 4 charges of them. What is 1 charge of them wasted? Cobra coming in, actually doing damage to its own units. He might lose it. It's flying over 2, or close to 1, and then over a 37. Although this one is maybe not in the best position either. Panzergren pushing forward to grab this flag, and he gets it. If he had not lost his flag, again, I think the Wolfram was really just poorly used here. It's being resupplied now, though. Chio coming in. Oh, half-track here being cleared out. T-34-85 died here by the looks of it. Beuteschalen versus Su-85. Oh, the Su-85 using the APCR. That's potentially dangerous. However, at this range, it shouldn't really pen. It has 20 minutes of pen over the 160 minutes of arm of the Beuteschalen. But this would be really good for a flanking maneuver, which unfortunately Moorbrugge can't do since he has nothing over there. Geo providing vision. Not really much else though. Did just another off-map charge go down, or what did I see here? No, I don't think so. Geo goes down there. Oh, 150 is finally up and running, going after the AA there. This is, I think, was a huge missed opportunity by Purple. And he only brings this out now. Because, or he only uses it now, because generally speaking, artillery is something that it needs some time to generate value. So you want to have this firing as soon as you can, and all the time, ideally. That's actually 2 further stamina, so there's a target-rich environment. It's absolutely worth it, going after. Seems like Propelot outrated Moorbrugge quite a bit. Yeah, definitely. Oh, the 122 being used as 2K here now. It spotted that Panzer IV. No, Panzer IV is actually going after Strelka DP, so it spotted one of the Panzergrens. It needs to be careful because, of course, at 1500 meter range, this thing is an absolute tank killer, absolute monster. There we go, IS-2 fight, guys. I'm excited. It happens. This Beuteschalen is facing the wrong way, though. So now it still needs to hit, you know, but no, it's turning. Gavadier has ruined it. But, oh, this is dangerous. It definitely needs to chill here now. It can't move too far forward. First Samuel still not in the best position, so that the BF1 actually gets in. It's not going to kill anything, though. Final for Froppel still. Shrimpires have arrived. The Chio is moving in. I think there's too many aftos now. Wolfram is going after it. Oh, this would hurt. This would probably be most of Moorbrugge's CQC infantry. And one of the 37 mills died. Wow. Okay, we need to chill here now, guys. I leave it so that we can see the rest of the map too. Is something I know that I need to improve on how much of the map I show. I'm really trying my best now. Butcher is also facing the wrong way now, but it's turn. No, it's not turning. Oh, he moves forward again. This is absolutely devastating. Has he noticed? Yeah, he's noticed. He's backing off. Oh, the IS-1 Comrade gets the hit on the first shot and the pen. Wow. It's absolutely devastating. And mind you, Froplord, I think, has gotten basically no value out of his IS-2 whatsoever so far. It really hasn't achieved much. This is very unlucky, though. I think it was not a side shot anymore. No, it definitely wasn't a side shot. Unless maybe it was when it started firing. I don't think so. So that is quite a lucky pen, because, you know, the pen chance is not that high anymore at this range. But wow. We got the next big thing going here with the Wolfram, though. And I think that Wolfram is probably all the madder now. And Shrimpai is not following up, though. That's really bad. Not ideal. Off-map going down here, doing a bit of pinning. Okay, yeah, that's true. Mamila has a good point. He said his IS-2 wasn't useless because he forced Moorbrugge to spend a lot of points to counter it, but yeah, it didn't do much. So, by the way, if you're annoyed by me reading this, I hope you're not. I tried to read those out loud so that anyone who wants it, watch it later, maybe can do so without reading the chat. Cherry coming in again. Wants to probably see if the AA is still there, which it is. But here's the thing, this IS-2 won't really be able to achieve much other than stabilizing these flags. So, at the moment, it still doesn't really enable Froppel to push super deep. This one is probably something he can take. But again, I think a lot of the AA has been lost on Moorbrugge's side. So if Froppel can keep working on that, he actually has another angle of killing this just with the J-87s. I mean, I kind of got mentioned. Oh, the Stratolipy moving in here is cheekily is a really nice move, by the way. So, but it has been spotted. It will probably be taken out. That could bring it back to 13-11. But what I was going to say is that we have been in C-Phase for quite a while. So this was actually quite an investment for C-Phase. But that also means that JD7 is not as affordable, but it's still decently affordable end of the day. BF-109's coming in the center again. There's a 37mm that's probably going to stop them. Maybe not. I think the 120, no. The 122 is going to go down. It's not really shooting that much. It's not shooting either anymore. I guess it's just really weird line of sight here. Or it's bugged again. It's, I don't know, it's such a weird thing I've seen so far. Grim Guy says there's like a 30-ish chance to hit with 50 to 60% pan. Whereas Grim Guy more like 40% hit chance. Pan chance is way lower though. It was from the front. Yeah, it should bounce a little things away. Yeah. Like this was a super lucky first hit there. But I mean, you know, that's how these kind of things work. It's like this is maybe the 1 in 100 times where this actually worked, and then the next few times you watch it, it's not gonna happen. So that's just how it is. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. At the end of the day is still RNG. Wolfram striking again. Getting ready to do so at least. Panzer III moving in. I can definitely deal with the M10 here. Another 150 coming in. So yeah, that's probably a smart pick. As things are getting stale, artillery actually starts performing well. So that's a general rule, right? If things get stale, artillery can really help you changing that up a little bit. At the same time, you need to make sure you don't overinvest in it, because otherwise you get overwhelmed. But if I look at the map, I don't think that's going to be the case. But Farblord doesn't have a big lead. He has a lead, but it's not massive, so he needs to be careful there. ISU getting very close, so this is where the group that is actually, and I have not noticed that, can do quite a bit of work as well. It just needs to be in the right position. Because at this range, the group has a decent chance of penning the IS-2, and all it needs is 2 pens. So very dangerous there, actually. Neville, not Neville. Wolfram Strike actually got quite some good kills there. And some good pinning and damaging. I'm not sure if he's used up all of the charges. Maybe I've missed it. But it should be 2 more or so. You can easily buy another one and then drop 2 at once. And that's actually a decent off-map then. Still, it's not an off-map that kills. But yeah. He's not using it yet though. But I think the best target for him to go after would be this. Because this is an easy flag you can get. He knows exactly where it is. Artillery could clear this out. And if he doesn't, the front line would tell him, right? Basically, whenever you don't know where something is, you take your unit, then in a right angle to the front line, you draw a line and move equally as far as the front line is on the other side. At least if it's just 2 units, or you assume that this is, then you know exactly where it is. So, it would be easy to predict. Off-map going down again. It's probably not going to do enough. Shrimpis are moving in. Unfortunately, this is not where the off-map really did to work. Where the Wolfram did the work. WF versus down is starting an hour. Damn. Today is the day, really. I'm not sure if I'm going to cover that as well, but let's see. Both needs to win to get into playoffs. Ooh, that's a juicy one. Because this one is just for who plays better. But let's see. We could also just do a little taking a break and come back later. Maybe that is an option if you guys are interested in seeing another stream of that. So if you want to see Stan versus WF as well, write 1 in the chat and then I can see how big the interest is. Not making any promises, but something I would definitely consider. Then I would definitely not do anything after that. All Panzer IIIs moving forward, that is potentially prone because there is Vetka. Oh, it's snipes units in the transport. That's huge. Rozvedka is not right. Not close enough. Off map going down. Doing something, I guess. 37mm is still at 7 health. Wow. So not a single 150 shell hit that. This 150 is still not being used. It's really poorly used by Farblord there. Farblord though got this back now, this flag. Or not back, but he got that one. He needs to find a way to kill the half-track though, because that means he's losing that one again. And the strategy has revealed itself, so really a hope for Farblord that he takes his opportunity there. He brings another 88. That's a poor use. He doesn't need an 88 here. I guess he wants that to kill the T-30-45 since at range it's better than the Panzer. This thing has a better chance than the Panzer IV. Wait, Curb says actually WF can tie and still make it. Oh, come. Oh, is it a three-way tie? It's that, yeah, is it that? Or the 88? Well, it gets kills. Surprised that this doesn't fully kill the squad though. Is IS-2 dead? You are right, it is. So the oh yeah, it moved from in here out here and Gas got the kill. Damn, we missed that. Boston clearing this out would bring it back to 12-12. Okay, but there's definitely some interest. So this is an option. This is definitely an option then. What I think I would do after this one, I'm just gonna, well, it depends on how long this really goes still. Let me check real quick afterwards if it is gonna be played. If this is when they start picks and bans, I'll probably just end the stream and do another one afterwards. But if this is when they actually start playing, then depending on how long this still goes, we might just keep it running. Yeah. But I don't really think the outcome of this game is going to change much unless Throbblood runs out. Kerb says he's already out and WF is at a tie loss and Stan is at a tie loss. So if they tie versus each other, Stan will be lower scoring. Well, the tiebreaker you can't tie, I think. It's a best of one. Oh. Crew killed. Oh, that's a driver kill. No, it is falling back, but it is not moving because the driver's kill. If the Panzergrenadier is... Oh, it could be moved forward. It could have killed that. But looks like Moobrook throws in the towel. Yeah, look at that trade difference. 1,400 points. That's massive for mirror income, especially Merrick vs. Merrick or Vanguard vs. Vanguard. These aggressive incomes, this is where this really matters. And yeah. There we go. So yeah, look at that. Quite early, he really started dominating. Oh, it's a normal group phase match, but we'll determine who gets the blows. Okay, now I got it. Okay, thanks, Curb. I thought it was a tiebreaker. And then yeah, it's just been dominating the whole time basically. There's not much. Yeah, it was very heavily shifted to Throbblood's side from the start by the looks of it, so it's not really, it hasn't really changed much. It was just Moobrook getting flags at the start and then he lost it. GG was a terrible matchup for you, Lars. Well, I think, yeah, I think I said this earlier at some point. 29th, in my opinion, is a great division to counter Western allies. I don't think it's as good against Axis because Axis usually has a tool to deal with the strengths of 29th. It's still a good division, not doubting that. I just think that it's not as good against Axis as against Western Allies. Not nearly, at least. Maybe someone disagrees. Let me know if so. All right, but I gotta say, even though there's the interest is there, I think if it was a tiebreaker, just a best of one, I would have covered it. But I think I don't have the energy to cover another best of two today. So in that case, I'm probably not going to cover Stan versus WF later on. Sorry guys, everyone who wanted to see it, but I think that's a little bit too much then for me. Maybe Roy will cast it. Now I know he's a French caster, so all of you guys who don't speak French probably don't have as much of that. But you know, if you want to see something, that is an option. And as always, guys, if you remember, if you want to just watch the game, even though it's not casted, you can of course do so by going into the by watching them yourself via, oh look at that, via Silvervision, or some people in Discord sometimes stream it in the FRB Discord where the games are being played. It's also where sometimes the case. Okay, so let's quickly go through this again. I kind of rush that a little bit. But yeah, there's not that many kills. The D34, 85 did quite well, and I think this is one of the matches where you actually really want them because there's no Panthers or anything like that. They can just outrange a Panzer IV and be done with it. So that was actually this is where they are actually decent. But yeah, not that much here. IS-2 Comrade killing the Beuteschall though, massive of course. On the other side, Marder doing quite well actually. 45 mil sniping some units, really cool. Shady 7, actually look at that. This is one of the heroes of this game, I think, for Froblord. 2 T34, 85, 9044, and 190, 9043, and 1944 were around kills. So that's, what's that? That's around 290 points, I think. That's quite massive. And Marder 1, Marders did quite well too. This thing being good as always. BF1 doing some work, Shumpio, together with the Warfront. Warfront here, absolutely crazy. And then you have BF1 mines again. Beuteschall, okay, it actually killed stuff. Forgot about that. So it didn't die in vain. But still. Got sniped very quickly. 150s did something, definitely, but yeah, that's about it. Wow, what a game. And Moolbrook is here as well. Probably would have lost with a better matchup as well. I've been really poorly in general recently. Well, Moolbrook, I feel with you because I have been in the same spot recently. Recent weeks, recent 1 or 2 weeks has not been good. Oh, also, Solafin, I forgot. You asked early on how the game against Attack between Attack Power and me went, and how there's no video of it. So Attack Power is very busy at the moment. So I originally hoped we could cast it together, but that has not been the case. It was a tie. He won game 2. I won game 1. Yeah. Game 2 was, I really start disliking that map, was Slutsk East, where I got stuck in that exact same spot as in the previous game, just really bad at fighting over that spot, where I tried to take the hill and I just got stopped very early, and that it just wasn't a good game for me. Went super bad. Game 1, I dominated him with 50 BX Jäger. I think he's one of the players who I didn't know yet that you should probably ban this against me. And yeah, both games were relatively fast, so I wouldn't really cast them if it wasn't for the two of us finally meeting. But I don't. What does Mover say? I just like to do. I like severely hungovers. Was not in the mood to think so much. Understandable. Chris says, did you see the T-34 bans and IS-2 shell? Huh. Wait, what? I didn't see that. Damn. Crazy. But, I mean, even though you lost Moolbrook, at least you still got in the playoffs, so I think that's the important part. So, oh, that actually means we might meet now. Let's see. Yeah, I just remember, Solafin, now that since I saw your other comment before, I wanted to answer that, but I was busy with, I don't remember what it was at the time, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get back to that, and then I forgot. But I remembered, so hope you can forgive me for that. All right. Let's see what we can do. What else we can do? I think we can do. Let's actually finish this with a little chat about the new divisions. Let's go over them again. Let's have a little chat. If one of the good players sitting in here wants to join in for just a nice little discussion and exchange on what you're feeling so far. I've been on the new divs and the balancing changes, how they have played out so far. We can do that. No like interview or anything, just we all discuss. You can let me know here in the chat, and then you can hop over in Discord. We can do that. Otherwise, you could just go over them and see what you guys in the chat think of it, and I kind of share what I think. This is This is not me trying to be like, oh, I know everything I want to explain to you. This is I've given up on that. Sometimes I'm still the oh, I know this kind of guy, but this is just something I want to hear what you think about it, and I want to kind of share what I think about it too. So let's start with the divisions, I guess. That's the easiest one. Then we could go into the general changes. Since we're with allies here, let's start with allies. Where do we have it? Herb says, I think the next league will need more bans. Yeah, I think this is going to be the effect of these balancing and new division changes. Since 4 new playable divs have been out. I think there's really 2 ways you have to go. Either you have to reduce the number of bans so that you can just ban the most disgusting divisions and leave enough good ones open to be played, or you have to increase the number of bans. Or maybe you have to vote for, let's say, maybe 4 or 6 divisions. When you sign up for League, maybe you have to vote. You could also do it separately for each division, for example, where you just ban like 4 to 6 divisions and are just banned no matter what, because that's going to bring like the obvious 9cav and SSB that you ban on 90% of the maps out anyway, and then you don't have to deal with those anymore. Maybe that's a way to go in the future, and then you still do your bans as you do now. Because the problem, I feel like if you add more waves of bans or more numbers, it's just going to get more complicated. It's not that hard, but still. But yeah, I agree with you. Ultimately, as long as the bans achieve a balance, I'm fine with it. But I think it might need to be addressed. Because with the new divisions, it's going to be a bit of... It has been... I notice that whenever I play with league rules or play against... or when I have played in League after the patch, it's hard since you're like, oh, do you need to ban this now? Some divisions have been getting better now, but let's start with the first one. What's everyone's thoughts on this one? Because I actually like it. You can also judge the build, of course, but I'm gonna be doing a playing every division series video for this one or one of the others very soon as well. I want to finish those now, so I might ramp up these a little bit. And I don't mean more complicated as in it's really difficult to do those bans, Curb, but I just mean as in you just have to, the more divisions you ban, the more you have to really pay attention what has been banned, what is still open, what counters are there, because if you go with too many bans, you have to be careful, because then you can easily just start banning counters to specific counters to some divisions on a particular map and then really shred with that one. So this is why I mean it. Not necessarily saying that it's not that difficult. It's just more things to look at. Also not saying that's something I personally struggle with or I find super complicated, but some people have definitely pointed out that it is an issue. That they sometimes have difficulties keeping track of what's banned now and not. Someone's asked 250 seconds is very good. I think IS-1 is quite good. IS-1 is really good. Yeah, this one, pro tip, you lose no avail putting the IS-1 on single. Wait, what? Also, they have changed the word curve to 2-2 and then 1 instead of 3-2-1. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Curb. I didn't notice that. I think I built the deck when it had higher availability. Until the panda shows up. Yes, definitely agree on that one, Emil. I just want to situation that's good as people think. I think it's still very good overall, since basically there's just not that many situations where it is really endangered, in my opinion. I just think the situation on where you can use it changes depending on the kind of map and division matchup that you have. But yeah, I think it's not too bad. It's a good unit. It feels extremely oppressive in some matchups. It is not that strong in others, as Mamil says. Once the Panther shows up, it's not that strong anymore. But yeah, it's definitely a good unit. But yeah, this one feels pretty good for me overall, personally. You don't have a ton of bazookas. That's definitely noticeable. And you have them on your leaders too, so you have to be a little bit smart with where you put them. And that is very annoying, at least for me personally. But other than that, it is a really fun one. I've had some success with it. It definitely has its issues. I think not having a ton of actual medium light armor is definitely something you feel. Like, this is very noticeable. Luke says, in my opinion, fine diff, good, not OP, has some issues. Yeah, I would agree. It can be quite strong in the right maps, but it has its issues. And even on those maps, there's plenty of ways you could be painful for this division. Or picks and plans related to specific DLC content. Oh, that will make things very complicated, am I? But yeah, this one I think it's really nice. Definitely, as I said, big issue. You don't have a ton of actual medium tanks. I know this is medium tanks, but technically it doesn't really feel like that one. And yeah, I mean, Minivan Clan has a good point. It definitely can run out of steam. This has been my feeling too. Infantry CQC is really nice. Yeah, CQC is really nice. You have plenty of that. That being said, your range is not fantastic, of course, even though you have DTs. It is still a Soviet line infantry, and that's definitely noticeable. Not having the AT rifle is very noticeable, actually, so this is why I took these guys. I feel like you need them almost, because again, you don't really have AT rifles under infantry. That really is annoying. And you only notice when you're in a situation where there's half-tracks around. It's definitely very noticeable. Griff says, the problem is its armor makes it good at fighting Axis divisions at close range, but it has overkill Panzerstücks and Panzer IVs. Its perfect target is, yeah, Panzer IV. Well, I don't see it as an overkill pen kind of magic curve. I see it, I'm assuming you're still talking about the S1. I see it as a thing that is basically a little bit like the Jagdpanzer IV. It is just there to block things. And it's doing that just a bit better, basically. Which is also why you pay more for it. It just makes it very hard to kill. I kind of see it as the same thing. And it can fight back like the Jagdpanzer IV. I see it as a better Jagdpanzer IV for all intents and purposes. With a turret. Second most fun from my path, Libic says. Okay. I would rather a single flak feeling or the 85mm. Well, I feel like it's good to have a little bit more range, so I take it. But again, it is not necessarily the best build. I've played this once and it worked. But I like this over the flak feeling, to be honest. Moon says, I think most of the new DLC editions are good, not OP, and have weaknesses that can be exploited, like counter to light armor appears in several divisions. Yes, absolutely agree. I think we're going to get to that one when we go to the next one. This division is a very good example. Absolutely agree. It definitely has this issue. It has 2-on-1s which are good to deal with some light armor, so that's definitely one thing, but it can be overwhelmed. And that is very noticeable. You also don't have any 45s or things like that, which would be very useful. So yeah, but yeah, this is not too bad. Next up, we do have, let's see which one pops up. Actually, let's do this because I think this is kind of the same issue, kind of. I had this discussion. I remember Curb, Moobrook, and I discussed the build of this division at some point in the Discord. And yeah, this one kind of falls in the same category for me. It has some issues with light armor. It's just shifted. It has more AT. You don't have the 2-on-1s. You do have some T-70s at least. But yeah, you also, infantry, if you look at it, not really any AT rifles. This one has them. Other than that, not really. This one is, among the Soviets, definitely feels like the strongest one to me. Biggest issue, as I've played this recently against the certified air spammer, that is Koenig. EA can be a problem. It's still 37 mils Soviet ones, and yeah, having 2 slots is not fantastic. It's okay enough in a lot of matchups, but it can be a little bit of an issue. So that's definitely something I've noticed. But this one is also, I think, a really powerful one in general. Or what do you guys feel? I think Streltsy PTR is probably better than Para DT. Yeah, I'm also not so sure. I have been thinking of it because at the end of the day, I mean, this is basically a what's it called? Gavardia SVT. No, not Gavardia, Strelki SVT. But with a PTRD, I think the other one has an AT grenade. And that's good for 20 points, definitely. But yeah. But no, Dushka transport. Which Dushka transport are I talking about? I might have missed something. Critical after. You have them in the Tanko. You have them in B phase for where is it? This particular unit, which I don't take. I have been going back and forth on whether I should put it in, because I can kind of feel like a double vet with the combined with the half track, as it works well as a hybrid unit combination. I am feeling that it is not so good on its own, but that's my feeling. But yeah, High Lord, GG's. And well done. Also, not taking the radio 120 is a crime. Yeah, this we had this discussion, Curb. I know you think you should take it, and I prefer these. But anyway, Mimil also says it's a very good division, but with weaknesses. But yeah, well, I would definitely agree to that. Are there any other options to this? Opinions on this? Because yeah, I would definitely say so as well. I mean, it has the same issue. Light armor can be a problem, even though you have tools to deal with it, but you definitely need this to deal with it. And even if you have that and the T70, it can still overwhelm you at times. So, to me, this feels also like a bit of an issue. You can get air spammed. But the infantry and tank mix is really cool. That I have to say. The infantry especially feels very obnoxious. And in the right matchups, this is, again, really annoying. Process, I've recently found that CS loses to high DP elite in like AB rifles and Brandenburger. AB rifles, I'm surprised, but Brandenburger, yeah, not surprised about that. They definitely lose. I mean, a lot of their infantry squads are not particularly large, and I think that's part of the issue, probably. This one is okay, or this is actually good. not okay, it's good. But then you have these things, and here, these are good for 50 points, no doubt. But the 2-man less can be noticeable. The Raider 45 is amazing against expensive light armor and medium armor, but it's a bit too expensive against cheap light. Yes. I was considering this as well, if I should just go to the other one. It's hard to decide. It becomes difficult to recover when you don't have any inf to cover for your tanks. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, this to me falls in the same category as sometimes struggling with light armor, actually. And yeah, the infantry, if you go for these cost-efficient ones like the Parasutiste, they have the same issue that they can just run out relatively fast since it's cheap. That's been my experience with this so far. But the overall mix is really still very powerful, so that one's really cool. What's everyone's opinion on the next one? S&P. Oh, went to CA. It's not the one I wanted to go after. It was right here. S&P. How do you feel about that one? Because I think it's good, but it is, yeah, it has its issues, and it is very map dependent. Curb says worth picking on all maps other than Cell. I wouldn't say all other maps, but yeah, I wouldn't pick it on Cell. I think for mid-range map, this is really good. Long-range map, it has its issues. And Cell, yeah, it CQC can't live up to any of the divisions that are good on Cell, definitely. Probably says I've 100% banning them though, because I just don't want to deal with spam. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, for CSE, yeah, no. I agree, Curb. CSE is good for any map that's not Cell, 100%. So from a tournament standpoint, I think CSE is very good. I'd say can be counted on some of the maps, definitely. But it's just I think it's a decent pick, generally speaking, and it's just so annoying that you don't want to deal with it. So I've definitely banned it too. But yeah, S&P, for me, I would have Fraplord ban it because the spam is so annoying. It's so much. It can so easily overwhelm. And I think it has a really nice combination of tools too. Like there's a lot of fun things to it that can work super well. So it says your Czechoslovakian deck is almost exactly same as mine. I tried to put Radio Mortis in A, and I was just really happy with them instead of the oh boy. Samo Palnici. I tried mod after Magic in a fish counter. Interesting. Well, you know, great minds think like you said. No, I'm not claiming to be a great mind. But yes, this one, I think, is just very obnoxious, really. I think it is actually powerful. But the PA20 versus... this thing you mean? No, I do not doubt that a second curve. I absolutely believe you. Anything that doesn't have AT, this thing will be very annoying against. This thing will probably do the same thing. I said the 30, not the 33. Yeah, this thing is even better with 2. I think both these are really annoying to deal with. 100%. I don't doubt that. I just like my snipers for the opener. That's the reason why I don't take them. Since you have plenty of these. Bruno says, I haven't tried it yet, but seems like it's very average. The inf is good, but the CQC is meh. Tanks are good for spam. The rest is average. Yeah. I think that's a fair assessment, but still, it's just very annoying, and I think that can make a lot. Honestly, for me, the spam, at some point, spam just gets so overwhelming because there's things everywhere that your opponent just really struggles dealing with. At least that's how I always feel when I get spammed. So I think that's kind of the strength of this. But definitely, the CQC is an issue. So this division is not really good on maps where you have to rely a lot on CQC. But other than that, you get like the mix here in C phase with these units. It's actually quite nice. Again, CQC, and in A phase you have some nice things too. So especially this one, pretty decent for an NG unit. That is. So overall, then you have all these tanks. You can take even more. You get plenty of things here. I think this is one of your biggest issues in this division. Wait a minute. Mid CQC is fantastic, and so is a Perry. Yeah, but the problem is Curb, and I have to agree with him there. Availability and price and performance still. Like this thing, I agree, it's a good unit. However, compared to other grenade throwers, in CQC particularly, it is either worse or more expensive. So this is actually, especially with the change to Axis CQC, not that good anymore these days, is my opinion on it. The T-Rifle is really cool to have, don't get me wrong, but as a pure CQC, it's not that great. The fact that they don't have anything in A phase other than this is not ideal, especially since, again, it's a grenade throw, which in my opinion is, if you only have grenade throws, that's not that good, because that means you need to micro them. Which it's generally worth micro CQC in general, in my opinion, but if you have to, not ideal. But this one I think is okay because you can spam them out, but the problem is, and for 20 points it's not too bad either, but it's still not having shock. I think is a huge makes a huge difference. Yeah, in my opinion on it. They're definitely not bad, but you have the one unit basically. Other than that, you don't really have much in terms of CQC. And not shock means you spam them out, but they also die. Not immediately, but yeah. Sorry, just go back. What is the downside or weakness of CSC again? Yeah, like armor, as Curb says. Love to know why you can take 10 cards of this division. I think we all love to know, but you can, I guess. But yeah, I think this division has multiple issues. Again, the CQC in A phase for sure. Once you get into longer range, you don't really have a lot that you can deal there. Air Force can definitely be an issue. So I think the list goes on. So this thing definitely has its counters, but it's definitely very oppressive and very dangerous on mid-range maps. Be my opinion on it. Feels like hard to counter. Light armor. This one, yeah. Okay, thanks, but don't they have like radar 45 minutes? Well, the problem with AT Panzerloli is, with AT guns specifically, is they are not mobile. Light armor is mobile. So it's just hard. Light armor is, so if you have like a relatively static front line or if you have some bottlenecks, AT is great. So open grounds or bottlenecks. But whenever you don't have these, it's so easy to just move around the AT and overwhelm it. And if you have up close, it's also an issue because an infantry can start shooting at it too if you use combined arms. So that's a bit of the issue. And yeah, Curb has a very good point. In some situations, but not one-shotting light tanks is not great. Plus, they can't be used consistently in towns like Harrow. Yeah, towns are a great example for when they're not that good. Because you can just easily move around them, and then you might get too close to infantry as well. You have to be very careful with how you use them, and that's the general problem. So AT guns are a nice part, especially raider ones, for your defense against light armor. But you want to have multiple things that help with that counter, right? You want to have some AT, handheld AT on your infantry, ideally AT rifles for light armor, bazookas or Piats and the like are nice as well. And then you ideally want to have some light armor or generally armor as well that can deal with that. And of course, you have tanks, but like proper tanks are more expensive, so ideally you want to have light armor that can counter with it. And if you mix all of these together, you have a good counter, which CSE lacks a little bit. Oh wait, did I misremember, or didn't CSE also use bazookas or or recon? They do have one recon unit with bazookas, but that is one and you get 3 of them. So that is not a ton. Like, those are either already out at the start, or at least one of them, and if it's not in the right spot, you are down to 2, and it's not that good. So, it's not ideal. Like, handheld, like bazooka units specifically, are kind of the same boat as AT guns for that matter. They are good in very specific places, but they're not very mobile. So once they're outmaneuvered, that's about it. Grip says I wouldn't play Van as a B Van, by the way, since you get all the good stuff in B. Well, I personally think it's not an issue. So far, it has worked for me. I'm not claiming that one is better than Maverick, to be honest. But I've just liked it so much because you run out of some key things very quickly. So I like to use the income to get ahead in A phase, and then in B phase, I can carry on with the good stuff that I get. That's how I've been playing it so far. Get some good stuff going on early, and then just continue on with the good things you have. If you go against Maverick, they can really help you last against Maverick in B phase. If you go against Balance, you can just continue on the push. So far, that's how it's been working for me. I've not tried Maverick, to be honest, but I've not played enough yet to really reach a conclusion which of the two is better. I think it just takes a while to really be able to figure that out. Unless it's obviously bad and you lose every game. Because the thing I dislike about this diff is that it has shockingly low build variety in the inf tab for how much stuff's true. This is true. But like build variety is not necessarily an issue if what you can build is good. It only becomes an issue if it's not that good. The things that you have. All right, let's move on. 13th. What and he's okay, so he's saying, and you pretty much need to go Fokker or OSS for your line infantry, but that's not bad. Like, they're good line infantry, so there's no issue if you have to take them. Like, you would want to take them anyway, unless you give something significantly better. It's good, but it doesn't activate the deck building neurons. Well, yeah, I guess so, but I mean, that's the division. For a division to be good, it doesn't need to do that. Of course, I love it when you have choices for deck building, but it's not the case. All right, 13th. What's everyone's thoughts on that one? That is the build that I have at the moment. It's been working okay. I just moved that one back in because Libic correctly pointed out that it should probably be in there before I had the Stug leader in A phase. Because so far, so when the DLC first dropped, I can actually do that after that as well. A ranking that I had initially and the ranking of them that I had now. I thought this is going to be absolutely garbage. Yeah, just an infantry division that can't do much. And I have to say I was pretty wrong on that. I think it's actually decent. Curb says, meh inf plus no light armor. equals difficult to push, even with good air and RT. See, this is where I disagree. Partially. But yeah, we get to there. But we can actually get there now since no one else is commenting on it. Speed and light armor is one of the issue for this. I agree with Kerb there. Main is kind of not entirely correct. I think the issue is that your good inf is coming in B phase. Whereas in B phase, I wouldn't call it meh inf anymore. In A phase, yes. In A phase, it's kind of meh. It's like a lot of these divisions, to be honest. But I think this is a good division for more CQC-oriented maps. It's not the end-all be-all there. I think it's not better than the current strong CQC divisions for those maps, like Cell or Kastritsa. But I think it gives you options. But yeah, you have to work your way in. I would agree that you cannot push even with good air and artillery. I think it definitely has, it can definitely do it. It's not super hard, but it is not easy. I think the way you have to play this is a very defensive way in A phase, because you have the units for that, particularly. And then you can push in B phase. You have off map and the good one too. You have these guys which are really good. You can make good use of your AT, which is pretty decent. Kerb says, none of your inf is good at long range, base, Heki, arc rate, CQC, of course, but I'm not convinced by the AKMG 42 and Lower Shorme. Yeah, but okay. We go back to the Raider hybrid infantry topic. And there's a value to these kind of units beyond just is it good at CQC or is it good at range. Like that, there's a value behind having a hybrid unit with Raider Trade. And this one is good. I have been shitting on it when it came out first. I was not convinced by it. I have played against it. I've played with it. And ever since I have actually been getting... I have been convinced that this is a good unit. It is. I wouldn't have thought so myself. Because to me it looks like it's going to be absolutely horrible at CQC if you look at this, but it actually does the work. Again, it wouldn't if you called this in as your only CQC or as your only line infantry unit. Like if you use it purely as one of the two. But it's again a spot where you combine you have hybrid and Raider and you want to be aggressive in B phase onwards. Now, these kind of units are not so good for defense, but for offense are really phenomenal. And again, my feelings so far has been that in B phase you can definitely push well with the tools you have. And then they're actually quite strong. And you can support this nicely with your AT too. But I think you also underestimate how big of a factor that right here is. Like, they survive so much longer. Even something like Alovis, which is arguably not that good. But yeah, I mean, you have straight pull rifles, which are just a little bit better. And these kind of things. It adds up. I think it's not that bad, actually. The rocket plane is super bossy. Yeah, this thing is incredibly good. Like, this is pretty strong, actually. And it's cheap too, for what it can do. So, but yeah, so I personally feel like it is a decent division. It's definitely not like top notch, but it's not a bad one either. It is limited on the maps you want to play it on. That's for sure. I don't think this is a division that you want to play on mid-range maps though. Yeah, this one, personally, I like it quite a bit. I think it's a fun one. It is, again, it has a very specific way of playing it. Defensive early on, because of the speed and the quality of your units. I agree that A phase is not super good, but you know, like the fact that you have the straight pull rifle and the fact that you have chunky units actually adds up. And then in B phase, you have some really good stuff there. It's a cell division. Yeah, absolutely. The cost probably as well, I would say. I think it is playable on some other maps too. It's not particularly good. No 2K HE AT. You have the Shrini. This is your 2K HE. AT you can take but this division is just really not built for 2K at all. That I think it's not worth taking it, to be honest. Because yeah, you get a little bit better at that range, but ultimately you can't contest it super well. I just feel like this is one of those cases. For some division, I did see it differently. But this is one of those divisions where I feel like it's better to just lean fully into the strength of the division instead of trying to fix a weakness that you can't fix, basically. That's my take on it. But yeah, I mean, this one, again, I think it has a very specific play style where you have to play very heavy with your artillery in the air. But that also means that, you know, looking at the artillery tab, you have the tools to deal with your opponent's AA. If you're playing this in quick play, I would take the 88s. I have considered it, again, because quick play, you never know what you're going to get. But I ultimately decided, again, that I just rather have the good AT and lean into the strengths that it has and accept that on some maps it's just not going to be good. Because I feel like on those maps, it's probably not going to be good with this anyway. But yeah, so you have options in A phase. This is where it's definitely the weakest. You either have to rely on some cheap spam, disheartened spam, or on some not disheartened spam. And your CQC situation is not ideal. These are the two things you have. They're not bad, but not great either. One of the cool things that you have is you have an infantry unit with Solothurn. So you have some light infantry. That's really good. So again, if you stay defensive in A phase, you can actually kill quite a bit with this one. Then in B phase, you have aggressive options with the Heggies and Heggies MG42. They are really powerful if you just spam out these guys everywhere. And you have good AT. This thing is an absolute unit. Raider AT pack 40. Your armor is okay, but nothing overwhelming. Again, at range you struggle, and speed is the biggest weakness of this division. So this is definitely where I would go. So this division can get a recon tanker. I'm not sure if no, you can get the Zava, which not good. And this is not good. I don't find it worth 2 activation points. Because remember, we have this, we have these guys, we have those. Mamil says, yeah, I can see why this is not useful, but so far it has worked for me. But I mean, yeah, it is subject to change. I've played it so far a bit, but it's subject to change. As I said, this diff has not been out for long enough to make every deck building choice, but for me so far, this has been okay, and I have not felt like I really need the 88, or let's put it differently, I have not felt like it really made a difference. That's how I would put it. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong, as I said. I think for all of these new divisions, the build, there's some things that are still debatable for me personally, because it just there's not enough experience with it for me. But yeah, I think this is kind of how it works. The weakness is definitely you're slow, you don't have super line infantry in A phase. I don't think it's bad, as in it's bad, but I definitely think it's not great. Curb says, is the Skoda 149 a copy of the other Hungarian 149? You mean this one? 150? I don't actually know. I think it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, the stats are, at least on here, probably similar. I have not checked the exact damage and suppression, but the rate of fire and the caliber is definitely pretty much the same. So maybe someone knows, I don't know. But to me, it looks like it's going to be. Raider 40.80 gun in the new Czech division is super OP. It had it fire 8 times in a row, not reveal itself. Raider AT is fantastic. But yeah, I think this is the big weakness. Again, speed. Line infantry is, I think, not as bad as you might think, considering it's single machine gun infantry, but still it's single machine gun infantry. So you are bound to be defensive in A phase, and you have some other good stuff. So there is some cool options there. But yeah, and again, I think by dedicated CQC divisions, you can again get You can again lose. So there's that. And that's Luna stack. We can also look at that one. It doesn't really matter. What's everyone's thought on 208? Because this is an interesting one for sure. I mean, we all know about the weakness in A phase, right? This is the big weakness of this division. A phase really sucks very hard. That's a big issue with this division. It struggles in A phase. But B phase comes around. This is where I think the opinions on it might spread a little bit into different directions. Grim Guy says it's good, better than I thought. I would definitely agree on the better than I thought part. Personally, I still don't think it's good, but I would join in on that. It's better than I thought too. It has more it can do than I would have expected. This is the worst of the ones, new ones, right? Because of A phase. Well, that if it's the worst, it's debatable. I personally think it is. I'm sure there's some people who would rate this higher than 13th, though. But it's definitely horrible, and that is something, because I think when I first looked at it, and especially when we saw the first information by Eugene, I was like, oh boy, this is gonna suck. This is gonna suck hard. And I've actually been surprised. Livix says Fun Division, decent. Yeah, I mean, the A phase issue I think has been covered. In B phase, it gets funny, right? You have some cool units. I mean, this one especially is a great one. Then you have a lot of hybrid things, which I'm gonna be honest, some of them I think are not great. Some of them are good, but it is limited division overall. I think it has a bit of everything kinda, but it doesn't do anything super good. It's one of those divisions. Like, you have a little bit of 2K, that's okay. You have a little bit of CQC, but it's not great. To me, it falls into that spot where it does everything a little bit, but it's not super good at anything, and it's not. If it was tweaked a little bit, that it was actually really good, or just a bit better in one area, I think the division as a whole would be much better. But I think it can definitely last against divisions that it can hold its own against divisions that are too specific in one area, but not as overwhelmingly good that they can easily just easily defeat this division. But then again, I have, for example, had my 208 versus 18th game on Kostritsa that was that I lost. So in the CQC, this division definitely has its issues. Thank you, Yuki. The feeling I got was how the new div seemed tailored for the new map. Oh, this is maybe, yeah, okay. So for multiplayer, for team games, that might be a thing actually. For 1v1 at least, of course, we don't get the new maps, unfortunately. I'm really sad. But yeah, to me, the infantry is fun in B phase, but for me so far, it has felt a little bit like, yeah, it just can't quite do it. But it is a fun one. I definitely give it that. It's way more fun than I would have expected. You just have to suffer through A phase, but at least you get rewarded for it. And the air type definitely helps with that. Gotta say. You also have some like proper bombers if you want to. So I think that is also a nice option there. That's cool. And then the last one for the Axis side. If you can find it. There we go. Oh, also by Luna, but it also works. I think this one is probably the one that everyone is like, yeah, this is it. But yeah, I think it's a good division. Nothing to add there. It has limitations. It's not a 2K division, for example. But for CQC, really good. For towns, quite good. It's good for aggression, in my opinion, because you have all the hybrid infantry that you can use in different spots. Like there, you can use wherever you go. If you push light armor, makes it so hard to deal with. This is so obnoxious on close mid-range maps, really. Yeah, A phase is the biggest issue of it, and it can definitely be abused. Yeah, that's Luna's build. He didn't bring A. I would do it differently, but that's another story. But yeah, it definitely shows us the issue of it. But yeah, I think this one is also pretty good. So I think overall we got a good set of new divisions. But as Mimil said earlier, they all have weaknesses. They all can be countered in one way or another. So I think overall this feels like a relatively balanced set of new divisions to me. On the stronger end, of course, but you know, it's not like Man of Steel drops and you have a new SSB. Like this is not the case. So there's that. And then we had, of course, the big balancing changes. I think 9cav is still good, or what would you guys say? I think that hasn't changed. 9cav still pretty strong. MP44, really the big one. I think was absolutely fantastic. You guys says the Shumpai in this deck is my favorite CQC. It is really good, yeah. Like it would be a good price for the unit if it didn't have the automatic rifles. And any of the regular rifles, really. Kerb says, Luna beat me with NOV, one was on 18th SS the other day, so 18th is now useless. Absolutely, yeah. Well, that makes me feel a little better after I was beaten by NOV, played by Espresso. I think, like, this division, much like when I play Wrestle, even though to a lesser extent here, these divisions just have the issue that they can get out spammed since some of your stuff is expensive. So it can be difficult. But also, like, these kind of divisions, cheap, like, spammable infantry divisions, that's just Luna's thing, so I'm not surprised that he did that to you. The question is, can you? I would love to see that. Can someone outspam Luna with his spammy divisions? Because he's the master of those. But I'm wondering if he does just as good if someone does the same thing to him, because he's obviously has his way of playing these divisions against usually good divisions. So I'm wondering if that might change anything. But yeah, there's that. But yeah, and I think MP44, the MP44 change is really good. You actually don't get that much CQC now in 9cav. It's a lot more tolerant than before. Yeah, true. But from what I've seen so far, it's still good. I would think it hasn't. I don't think 9cav is bad all of a sudden. I think it's just good. But at least, you know, it's you're right. It is more tolerable probably. We had that. What else do we have? SHG44 ban. Rework. Really good, I think. I'm actually quite happy with the turn now. I think there's not that much more you can do with those to make him good with the squads that we already have. And without making them OP, of course. I think the change has really nicely made them useful, but still limited in the way that you can use them and the situation you can use them. And I think that actually worked out perfectly. I wouldn't really want to have it in a different way, honestly. This thing's quite good. And other than that, it's not game changing in my opinion. Well, yeah, kinda, but it makes MP40, some divisions with MP44s definitely better, and I think it makes the units themselves actually usable now, or more usable than they have been before. It makes them do well what they're meant to do, which is still limited, as in you can't put them in the situations where it can really be useful are still limited, but they're actually useful there, which I think was not the case before. Yeah, that's true. MP44 only squads, I would definitely agree. Still not fantastic. Guys says, I disagree. It makes MP44 much better CQC. It definitely does, but it's still, you still don't want to bring them as CQC, I would say. That would be what I would be thinking about it. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Again, everything that I say here can be wrong. How do you all feel about the Axis armor buffs, by the way? I think this is a big one that we haven't really talked about at all. Good, bad. Why? Why good, why bad? Because I don't remember what else we had. We had some more changes, but I forgot what else we got, to be honest. Grim Guy says, I dislike it. Why would you think that? Oh, we also got more mod availability too. We can put that in there with the Axis armor buff. I was just thinking of the Strig and the Panzer IV, but we had that too. And Curve just pointed out, overkill, modders are so strong. Yes. I personally agree with the twos of you. 20th Panzer stays winning. Oh, 20th Panzer is so good. The Panzer IV feels way too good at the current price. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's game breaking, the change, but personally I would agree. I don't like it too much. I think it was just overdone. It's like it's not just you can go you can approach this from a Western Allied standpoint where you're like, well, Sherman versus Panzer IV not that good. And then you have the discussion about whether the Sherman is meant to kill other tanks or not. But the truth of the matter is, if it's your main tank and some divisions actually need to use it as such, especially at least up close, it needs to go against it. And then you have the other point of view as well with the T-30-45, which is kind of overpriced now, I feel like. So yeah, I think the problem is just in comparison to other tanks, especially in 1v1, considering that you can actually kill them, it is problematic to have it at such a low price. I think it's too much. And the Marder, I would definitely agree. Marders were already good. And the fact that you have them in every German divisions just buffed a lot of divisions too that didn't need it. I would agree that it definitely some divisions that needed it, but there's definitely divisions that, yeah. Well, I agree, Curb, that the T-30, 45, 43 is balanced. I'm just saying that it still gets uptraded, but the T-30, 45, 44 against the Panzer IV has its issues. The problem is it has a 2K, which is adds another layer there, which you can't really take away. So there's that, but the problem is still the Panzer IV can uptrade quite efficiently now to these, and that's not ideal. Considering that, you know, the problem is just has the range and it can kill things. So that makes it a little bit unbalanced, in my opinion, versus Shermans and T-34s and such. But yeah, and then the Marders, of course, are a whole other issue. Ingvar says, I'd like to see the 100mm Sherman at 75 points and keep the 9mm armor one at 70. Yeah, I think that would be a fair change. The problem is, this is particularly, okay, rant incoming. I know you don't want to hear me rant probably, but this is why I'm really unhappy with the direction of it's going at the moment, where we had some exceptions, but where everything gets reduced in price constantly, because it just creates a downward spiral where you have to make other things cheaper as well to keep up with other stuff being already more cheaper. So you just have to follow up with more and more and more price changes downwards to even be able to keep up, and that kind of sucks. It just creates all these new problems. There's new BT5 Yak 9 Valentine strict free stew. Yeah, we had the new Valentine in third mechanized, which was really uncalled for in my opinion. I think it's really good. The BT5, yeah, this is the one in 126. 126. That's nice. It doesn't change the world, but you know, it's nice to have it. I think that's not a bad change. This one, yeah. It gives it a bit more armor, which is not bad. Still have this thing. So this one I'm overall pretty happy with. Yak 9K I haven't really looked at. Buffing the Sherman is a bad idea. It's still really good. It is, but the problem is, this is what I point out. It's like you start reducing other things, other units' prices. Eventually, Sherman will need to follow. I would agree that I don't think you should really. I think compared to other tanks, you need to lower the Sherman's value. The problem is against compared to how well it can work against AT and things like that up close, it is still a bit too expensive. But if your opponents have cheaper armor everywhere all around, you have the problem that if you have to react to that with Shermans, what are you going to do? Like, the Sherman is still super expensive. And he can still get killed by Panzer IV up close, even though the Sherman has the advantage with the third rotation speed. But it has already been a bad trade. Before, it was just like, generally speaking, you win. But in the last few patches, we had quite a bit of lighter armor also getting more expensive, especially the ones that you can bring in as transport. So that adds to that as well. Grimgar says, I'm honestly okay with the Stück 3 at 75 point. I think it's okay. I think Stück 3 at 75 is okay. Western allies still dominate the meta. They don't need a buff. I don't. What we're doing now is like, we're just talking about the new divisions and balancing things and all these kind of things. Western allies still dominate the meta. They don't need a buff. Yes and no. They have definitely not been doing as well as they have been before. And that's a good thing in a way. But I think if you make it so, like, I don't think that the Sherman is necessarily a big problem of why they're doing so well. I think they have other issues that make them very oppressive. Part of it is the Air Force. And I think the problem is that the Shermans are the Shermans are in a rough spot at the moment. And it's not just the Western Ally problems. I think the Soviet Sherman divisions have the same issues with their Sherman. But I don't think Western Allies are as dominating that they couldn't get a buff, in my opinion. I agree, though, that the price increases are required. Yeah, I think it just went a little bit too far with making things cheaper. The problem is that with the meta change, some things needed to be adjusted. But yeah. I mean, that's kind of the problem when you have, not as criticism to anyone, but that's kind of the problem is if you can't make any changes to units themselves, but can only change availability, price, and that's about it. And then you have these issues. And it's just not ideal. What I do think is that the new divs have very bastard infantry. They're very infantry. Well, but it's not. I think it's okay since it's not incredible bastard infantry. It's just they're all infantry heavy divisions. Like they're not. So I think that's okay, kinda. I would kind of agree on the triple MG42 and sniper unit 30 points. Definitely, absolutely nuts. At the same time, I get the point where I did it. It's 208th, which doesn't really have much else than the infantry in B phase. So I think for the unit, for the divisions specifically, it's okay to have it. But yeah. Chris says, yeah, I agree. The Sherman is not the largest reason Western Allies are the best, but buffing Sherman will only make them. Yes, no, I agree on that. I get that, but I just think that the problem is if your main tank is in that rough spot, that's not fun to play. And again, I don't think it would make Western Allies like incredibly powerful all of a sudden, but it would definitely help them to be a little bit better in the tank area. Again, I don't think Western Allies are that big of a problem anymore. I wouldn't say the opposite either. Mind you, I'm not saying that they're weak at the moment. But I think with all the buff waves, you kind of need to adjust them a little bit too. Rick says, yeah, MG42s are fine. It's only ever 9 squads in any div. Yeah. Lizak says, yeah, you're good since it's one card div. Yeah, this is my point as well. I think it's okay. True, we forgot that. Churchill's got better front armor, and the Cromwells got theirs reduced. So do we have a division that has both? We do. CIBT. Where is it? There. What do you guys think on that one? This thing now is 105mm of armor. Got 5 points more expensive. This thing, where does it go? This thing now is also 105mm of armor instead of the previous 120. and the price is the same, but you get more availability. It went from 4 to 6 in a phase. What's everyone's thoughts on that? The big says, and the French grenadiers are not really worth using a lot. I would actually agree on that. I think they are a bit of a trap in that unit. Comrade says, so axes are the weakest? No. I wouldn't say so. I think the balance is actually okay, as far as that's concerned. Didn't have 120 armor Churchill get usable? Churchill didn't have 120 armors. There were only the lower ones, the 105 ones, and the 160 ones, which have the same armor. So this one has remained unchanged. 150, sorry, not 160. Or was it 60 and it's now 50? No, I think it's always been 150. Churchill change better versus Sherman / T-34 76. Yes, agree. Versus Sherman, not so much of a chance. It can still matter, I would argue, but yeah. Cromwell slightly worse, but Avail is nice. Yeah, I think the change overall. I don't know. What's your opinion? Good, bad? I think it's a good change, generally speaking. The Churchill, of course, CIBG didn't really need buffs, but it's okay, you know. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that could probably be changed now. But anyway, I think the buff for Churchill was actually okay. It was nice. Definitely made it a bit better. And honestly, while CIBG didn't really need a buff, I don't think it's really buffing CIBG that much. I don't think it's make a huge difference in for CIBG. But at the same time, Bersaglio and SD, for those it's nice to have. So I think it's good. This one, to be honest, I'm a little bit torn apart because I think CIBG really needed that nerf, that this is not that good anymore. I think it makes a big difference. At the same time, I think Pancherna kind of relied on that. It's not a bad division otherwise, even with the new armor value, but I think Pancherna definitely got hit hard by it because I think Pancherna was more important. And then for Desert Rats, it was only C phase anyway, and a lot of people didn't take it, I feel like, unless you build it balanced for the Q. So I think for the Q probably hit it quite a bit for the average Q player. But I think it didn't. I think the division was not like drastically nerfed with that, to be honest. Emma Churchill's light buff, Cromwell's light. No. Well, absolutely, yeah. I think there's no question in that. Kirk says it's sad that Churchill is so rarely seen and not great. It was probably the most successful British tank of the world. To be honest, I'm not really. Again, I know, of course, some things about World War II. I actually liked history quite a lot in school, but I'm still not the absolute World War II nerd, so I wouldn't know how good it was. But yeah, I mean, the only thing that's really holding it down in this game is the speed. Anything else would be good. It's really just the speed. Thomas says Cromwell gives more bang for buck, in my opinion. It doesn't, though. If you look at activation points, it does. Maybe. In terms of price for the unit, no, because it costs the same still. Like, the price has not been changed. But yeah, I think that change is overall okay. It hurt Pancherna a bit, definitely, but not too bad. It makes the Cromwell 7 feel less oppressive, and it definitely felt very oppressive. So I think from a fun perspective, it was very good. It says, similar Churchills weren't used with armored divisions that most of the game lives are armored divisions, plus they weren't that common. Okay. Makes sense then. All right, well, I think we got through most of it. I don't really remember any major thing that we can talk about. And to be honest, after roughly 4 hours, I think I'm reaching the end. Of course, we can finish that discussion. Kerr says, it's annoying because most tanks are faster in-game than they were in real life, but the Churchill as a result. Oh, okay, that makes sense. They should buff its speed, I'd say. I mean, that would be the best thing to do, probably. Not disagreeing with that at all. But I mean, it's from what we've heard so far, it's not really realistic that we're gonna get any major changes to stats other than, well, I mean, actually no, they did change the armor, so not sure why that should not be possible, but I don't know. Apparently it isn't, which is a shame. Which is a true shame. But yeah. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I would really love to cover the game between WF and wait, who is it? Forgot. Stan as well, but I think after 4 hours of streaming, it's just I can't do another 2 full games. That's just way too much. So I'm gonna end it here. Thank you all for being here, and see you all in the next one. And of course, at the very latest tomorrow in tomorrow's video. Thanks to everyone, and have a good weekend or rest of the weekend. Bye, everyone.